Two seconds until what? Oh, let's go. The crowd goes what? Folks, it's election night. There's a live studio audience. Just pretend there are hundreds of people here in the room. Happy election night, one and all. I think there's only one way you need to start the show. Yeah? Come on over. Let's do that. I don't know what we're drinking.
Shots for the boys.
I was just told to drink this.
This is a... I can get the room cam up. Is this one? Oh, yeah, throw the room cam.
Throw the room cam up. There are absolutely no rules tonight. We try to be very structured usually. Not this time around. There it is.
And this is a Dan. This is a Dan.
Oh, that's a Dan one?
That's for Dan. That's for Japan Dan.
Japan Dan.
Just came back.
Right there.
Dan, can you tell me about the enthusiazm for common threads in Japan, where you just were?
It's all over the place there, man. I signed next to Shohei Ohtani's face.
Next to Shohei Ohtani's face. I imagine they were watching him in the World Series, and they said, but wait a minute, obviously, y'all got common threads at the same time. I think that's it.
We got 8 o'clock results rolling in.
Oh, man, yeah, we do. There are no rules. All right, to the Republic.
Woo. Democracy in action.
Oh, God, why did I do that? That was ill-advised. Ill-advised. All right, let's talk about the election at this point. Actually, it is cool with 8 o'clock because a ton of results just came in. We got the big northern tier. Let's see, we got Pennsylvania closed at 8. I believe Massachusetts was just called for vice president. Oh, yeah, wow, that just jumped up out of nowhere. All right, let's take a look. So we are looking at the AP results. We're going to take a look right now where the score stands on things. Former President Donald Trump has been awarded 95 electoral votes. Wait, where's the live AP? Yes, 95 electoral votes. Vice President Kamala Harris, 35. Recent calls for the vice president include the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Do you know? Can you name the 4 Commonwealths?
Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Another one.
Pennsylvania. Virginia is 2. We got Massachusetts is 3. There's one more. This is the tricky one.
Commonwealth. Montana.
No, I'll give you a hint. If you look at the AP map right now, it has already been called.
Oh.
There is a 4th Commonwealth. Maryland's a good guess. It is not Maryland. It is not Oklahoma.
Kentucky.
It is Kentucky for the win.
Oh.
You win another shot on election night. There are 4 Commonwealths. Please do not ask me the difference between a state and a Commonwealth. I actually don't know. I think it just comes down to like what's in the state constitution.
Yeah.
It's like just like a fancy word in there. But it's like this is what people for election season do all the time. It's like when we do all these live shots, we're always like, oh, and former President Trump campaigning hard in the Commonwealth. It's just like a little fancy little, it's like there's no reason we have to say it.
Makes us feel special.
It makes us feel very special. It's one of those kind of like walled gardens things we do in like journalism, but it's just a state. A Commonwealth is just a state. There are 4 Commonwealths. Okay, so Massachusetts has been called for the vice president. Connecticut has been called for the vice president. Rhode Island, which takes 5 minutes to drive through, has been called for the vice president. So has Vermont and Maryland. And obviously we're looking at a map of a lot of red in the southeast. Florida already called. Remember it used to be Florida, Florida, Florida with the late, great Tim Russert on election night?
That's right.
The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is the new Florida, Florida, Florida. But Florida has been called for Donald Trump, as has South Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Tennessee, the Commonwealth of Kentucky in Trump's column, West Virginia, and Indiana. Oh, what happened here? Did I click on something? No, we're still good to go. So that brings us to 95 electoral votes for Trump, 35 for Vice President Harris. And here's what we're awaiting right now. So 8:05, obviously too early to call for Pennsylvania. Yeah, has it ever. But remember, here's what we're looking with. We're not dealing with as much of the expected surge of mail-in ballot that we had in 2020. This is like the number one question I got. How long is it going to take to figure out who wins this damn thing? Because we were all scarred by 2020 where it's like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We still didn't know until Saturday morning. And then the event from Biden in Wilmington was Saturday night. That's not going to be the case. 2020 pandemic election, historic surge in mail-in voting. Voting. God bless you, Dan.
Jesus.
A lot of states have changed the rules on the books, so they're now allowed to process mail-in and absentee ballots ahead of time or on election day, which is going to give us sooner results. So we're going to get the report from Vote by Mail out of Pennsylvania not long after 8 o'clock, which is probably in the next few minutes. And according to election experts, expect Vice President Harris to put up her best numbers in Pennsylvania between the 8 and 9 o'clock hour. but that's not necessarily fully indicative of how the vote's going to go. We talk a lot about the red mirage that often happens on election night, which is a lot of states early on look like they're trending Republican, and then they count some of the other votes later, and by the time you wake up the next morning, it's back in the blue column. A little bit of a reverse. Is that Alexi?
Yeah.
Were you just going to sneak in here? Alexi, come say hi. Come on, dude. We're live on air. This is like I would like to get the whole team on camera because I'm the only one who sits here all the time. Please, yeah, but sneak, but you don't also have to.
What are your thoughts on what was that county, the one that declared in New Hampshire?
Oh, Dixville Notch.
Yeah, Dixville Notch. What do you think?
The first I was in bed by like 8:30 last night because I'm an old man. But when I woke up, the first text I got about it was, didn't 12 people used to live there?
There you go.
Which is true. Now it's only 6, and it's a 3-3 split.
The Dixville Notch indicator for the country.
The Dixville Notch indicator
Population's on its way down.
is that your population's on their way down, and it's a true coin flip, 50-50. Who else do we have joining us here today? Hi, I see you.
Loopy-doo.
What's up, man?
Nice to see you. Thanks for coming to hang.
Yeah, sure.
Happy Election Day.
Yes, sir.
Cool. Your thoughts on Dixville Notch returns at midnight, or no? I'm kidding. You don't have to have an answer to that. But if you're prepared, if you want to hit the magic wall and do a little, do a little county by county, we could do that at some point. I love those traditions. I think politics can be so goofy, but the fact that we've got that like weird little midnight vote in New Hampshire, it's just so beautiful. It's so beautiful to history. So we'll get a better read on Georgia here and Pennsylvania in the next little bit. So once you get through all those votes that have been tallied by mail, it will look like in some of these states, like the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, that former President Trump is behind. But the question is, can he now close that gap for the votes that are expected to be counted later on? Can he play catch up there? 9 o'clock, we'll get a bit of a better read on Wisconsin. Arizona polls do close at 9, but they wait a full hour at least to report. So even though you got a lot of states like Arizona, one of the most important states this year, set, we'll get those numbers in a bit, but you won't actually get like the numbers technically reported till closer to the 10 o'clock hour. And a similar story in Nevada, Nevada, polls close at 10 o'clock, but we won't really get the full read on how Clark County, Washoe County, and the rest of Nevada go. I don't mean to leave out the rural counties, just those are the only 2 I know because those are the cities. And we'll have to get a read a little bit later in the night, 11 o'clock. I don't know how late we're going to be here till. I don't know how late we're all going to be here till. So the question also becomes like, when do we get like a formal call from the decision desks on this thing? Is it early in the night, we can all go to bed? Or does the doom and gloom carry us over into Wednesday? God, it's democracy in action. It's a beautiful thing. What else are we following, Taylor? What else do we want to hit on? Actually, let's take a look at these are the AP numbers. Florida?
But I mean, you got a lot of Floridians in here. And
yes, we do. Okay, wait, that's such a good point. Diehard Florida Panthers fans.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Before I started doing the show, I knew 0 Florida Panthers fans in the world, and now I know it's like 6 diehard Florida Panthers fans in the world. I always knew Taylor, but I actually didn't know all 6 of you. The entire fan base for the Cats are here, although if I'm not mistaken, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, right now in the East, the Devils and the Cats are top dogs in the NHL standings right now.
I think the Devils might have a game in hand as well. We played a lot of games to start the year.
Like you've already played a lot of games.
Yeah, but we just went to Finland for 2 games. So
Oh.
we had like 4 days off before. and 4
Wonderful.
days off.
How did we do in Finland? How'd the Cats make out?
Oh, we got 4 points in 2 games.
2 games, 2 wins,
Yeah.
2 dubs on the board.
Yep.
Yeah, against the Stars.
I love this, man. We're going to get along really well unless the Devils and the Cats are on a collision course in the playoffs, in which case we're not going to do the show for 2 weeks because we're not going to talk to each other. No, it's going to be great. I like that note, Taylor. We'll take a look at Florida right now. According to the AP, 87%. Can I zoom in on this fancy thing? Oh, can I ever? We are cooking with the sauce. 30 electoral votes for the great state of Florida. 87% of the votes counted right now. 55.8% of those counted in the column for former President Donald Trump, Vice President Kamala Harris in at 43.4%, but obviously that's enough to give the AP confidence to swing the state red again. Taylor and/or everyone else in the room from Florida, is that a surprise that we're now kind of in this firm territory where it's like Florida's not a swing state anymore?
I mean, I can speak for myself in that every time I visit, it's just gotten more and more red. A lot of
Trump flags,
Trump
a lot of
flags.
things like that.
Voters for Trump is big in
Dude,
Florida,
there's
right?
So many flags on boats down there.
Yeah.
Boat flags on boats,
Boat
right? That's a
flags.
huge thing. That's a huge thing.
Big boat flag momentum.
Yeah, I grew up in Palm Beach County, so
Palm Beach County, and you've noticed a change
yeah,
over time?
totally.
Yeah, it's like it's Trump
Yeah,
territory now.
It's like wild. Like the second you get like on 95
Yeah.
towards past Palm Beach Lakes, you're just completely in conservative territory.
What's the thing called? The villages that Trump always visits?
The villages,
Where's
yeah,
that?
But that's Central. And
Yeah,
they actually, they're not so fond of him.
Ah. Ooh.
How their votes went.
That's a great question.
Central Florida. I'm trying to figure. Let me figure out where that is.
Yeah. Taylor's gonna cook on that. I love that. If we can get a deep read on Florida, I feel like this was, I'd say, our childhoods, but I'm realizing I'm the oldest person in the world, so it's my childhood where the 2000 election, and like we were saying earlier, Tim Russer every election night used to hold up a board that said Florida, Florida, Florida. That was the entire ball game.
Yep.
Everything came down to Florida. It's almost like the rest of the country didn't matter. Had this historic Supreme Court case that kicked its way to the high court in 2000. Essentially gave the presidency to Bush. Gore conceded. The rest is history, and now we're in this whole new world.
Look in
The state of Florida.
Look in Central Florida, Sumter and Marion counties.
Can I? Let's see. Do these go by counties? No, these are all the same box every time we move
okay.
around.
Never mind.
No, let's take a look though. Kick me a link though if you got one.
Siraj ready. If you're
Oh,
ready,
dude,
Siraj
yes.
Message, but yeah, I've just never.
We got Siraj right now. We're gonna bring in a very special guest right
Anybody
now.
could pop him up.
Siraj asked me, brother man. You got me, Siraj. Siraj is the co-host of the Habibi Bros. He's creator of The
What's
List.
happening, JD?
One of my all-around favorite people. Dude, where are you and how are you on this election night?
I'm good. I'm chilling at of all places, the Truth Social office right now, in Sarasota, Florida. And yeah, it's we got a little election party happening here. So far, it's small. It's not Mar-a-Lago, but it is what it is.
Mar-a-Lago Jr. maybe is where you are. Give me a sense on what election night looks like for you personally. I don't know anyone else who spends election night at the offices of Truth Social. Can you try and like paint the picture for me?
Hold on. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can move. Let me try to move.
Take it live.
Let me try to move and get a better connection. Hold on 1 second.
Wait, I love this. All right, he's going to cook on that. To the point of
1
Florida,
second.
that is where Siraj is. That's where the Truth Social offices are.
We'll do it live. We'll do it live, JD.
Social.
He's at the Truth Social office right now.
Oh,
Wow, what an insider's breaking news here, folks. Exclusive. Willing to bet there aren't very many, if any, other shows that are going to be live inside. It's just so secretive. Siraj has to blank the screen for a second because that takes you through the off-the-record portion of the
They
office.
put a hood over his head.
You're not allowed to see it. You can't see it. We'll get Siraj back up here in a second. Siraj is one of my favorite people. We were buddies down in D.C. He was a reporter for the Washington Examiner, and he created one of the funniest things on Twitter called The List, where Siraj would go through and identify the list of people who had to have their phones taken away from them because they tweeted horrible things. And so every night Siraj, hell yeah, I want a PBR. So every night Siraj would tweet out the list of like the top 10 people, and they could be like people in political media, politicians, celebrities, whatever, who had to have their phones taken away. And it was an absolute viral sensation. And he's an all-around super funny and creative dude. So we're gonna get him back to the point about Florida.
Rick Scott's gonna win Florida Senate.
Rick Scott is expected to win here, the Florida Senate race. We also got a call for Tennessee. According to CNN and Max, Republican Marsha Blackburn defeats Gloria Johnson in the state of Tennessee. We had the call from Indiana earlier. That's Jim Banks over Valerie McRae. What else can we do here? Let me pull this other one up. Let's take a look at these. If I hit share this tab instead, someone else gonna. Oh, now we're cooking over at Cowshay. Listen,
Wow.
this is the big mystery to me. All this, I guess, profit taking, perhaps arbitrage that happened. So if you haven't been paying attention, this is this new advent of event contract platforms. They give you these yes or no binary bets, and you buy shares, and then the platform pays you out $1 per share, depending on if your outcome hits. Look at this spike in Donald Trump. Look at this spike for Trump. We just went from 58% while we were live. It just jumped up to 65 out of nowhere. There must have been a big call. Let's take a look back over at the AP. Was there
at 70% on Polymarket?
70% on Polymarket odds for Trump? I'm
just stoked about the early results.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that's it. Donald Trump, at least according to AP, still only given 95, and there's not like a big call that just happened. But let's take a look back over at Kalshi. I do share this. Oh, this is, God, technology is awesome. Absolutely awesome for a thing like this. So Trump up to 65. And so this was the big mystery to me because his high water mark was about 65 right before Halloween. And then we had this big bit of selling in the markets where we basically went back to 50-50 again. We did a clean reset as of a couple days ago, and then we jumped back up. And, you know, listen, these are still very untested how these markets work. Kalshi is the only one that lets Americans wager on them. They sued the CFTC. It was ruled back in their favor, so now it's legal. But again, very untested. A lot of people like Elon Musk and others insist these betting markets are more accurate than traditional scientific polls because, as they say, real money is on the line. Honestly, it's just been something for us to talk about in the media. I feel like that's like the biggest phenomenon off all these betting markets. I have no idea how accurate they're going to be. They don't give you vote share the way traditional polls do. They give you statistical probability odds of something coming out. So you're like, oh, why do the markets have such a big differential between the traditional polls? Because they're not giving you the same bits of information. They're just giving you more information that those of us in the media need to fill airtime with for week after week. What are we cooking with, Taylor? Did we learn anything? Was there a big call that I missed in the presidency?
Maybe it's just from the 8 p.m. calls, just there's a little bit of a delay with all those crypto bros just pouring that money into Polymarket. But
Crypto
you can
bros.
actually break out. I think you can see it over like the last hour on Polymarket. It's just been a steady climb. So that's where I'm really seeing a lot of change.
A steady climb pro-Trump. A pro-Trump steady climb? A pro-Trump steady climb. Well, you do see this... oh, yeah, here we go. Look at this. Same thing happened. Now, remember there's a story in Polymarket. It was like some dude in France who was betting like gazillions of dollars on this. He just had like, I guess, nothing to lose but a few $1 million.
So, more to the right. Yeah.
At the very end, there we go. Trump right now giving 70%. So the way this would work, so Polymarket, you need to be a crypto holder, and it's for people that don't live in the U.S. It's a bit of a different thing. But the idea here is, all right, you think Trump's going to win. You look at these odds. You buy one share for 70 cents, and if Trump does in fact become the winner, then Polymarket pays you out a full dollar. You get your 70 cents, and you get the $30 on top. That's basically how this works.
I'm gonna switch.
We got Siraj?
We got Siraj.
Hey!
Do you need me to switch on?
Let's bring in the great Siraj. Ask me if he can hear me. My man, cooking with gas. What's going on,
I can hear
dude?
you guys. I can hear you loud and clear. Not much, man. How
Good,
you
man.
doing?
I'm doing great. It's election night, dude. Thrilled to have you here. Before we got separated, I want to know what election night looks like for you, everyone in the Truth Social office, because that's really cool that that's where you are. Such an important piece of the puzzle to these campaigns and to this election.
Yeah, it's funny because a lot of people don't think Truth Social has had as much of an impact on this election because of Elon Musk buying Twitter X. But at the very least, it has been the one place where Trump has continued to push out his message until he was basically unbanned from Twitter, and he saw sort of an opportunity to start posting on Twitter X again. And I, long held the theory that he would come back, as things got, more and more heated. I don't think under old ownership, like the previous ownership of Twitter, would have let him back on. But it would have been fairly fascinating to see how this election played out if Elon Musk never bought Twitter. I think that might be for me at least, probably the big turning point.
Yeah, how do you view I hope you're allowed to talk about this stuff, but what's your view on the Elon Musk component of all this? Dude, you and I have covered a lot of elections. You've never had this thing where a billionaire could just sit and carve out his own space of digital real estate like this, spend money, campaign, give out money to people in swing states. I mean, it's really unlike any other type of support for a candidate that we've seen. And I guess that's the big bet, right? Does this kind of pay off for increasing battle state voter participation?
Yeah, I mean, like, I think it's very, at this moment, very superficial because it is talking about presidential, national elections. Like the work of like George Soros is that, and this is the biggest thing that he did. I'm not getting like all tinfoil hat here. He basically had a campaign where he basically would back specific individuals in secretaries of state races across the country in the battleground states. So for a lot of for Trump world, the biggest concern is not whether there's election fraud. It's actually when Secretary of State in Pennsylvania, where there's a Democrat Secretary of State, in Michigan and Wisconsin, all three of them basically they have sort of the final say in whether they call the race. So that's a big concern, and I think when it comes to state and local elections. A lot of people are sleeping on that whole Soros effort, and we'll see how it plays out tonight. But if Trump doesn't win in those three states, or at least doesn't pick up at least one of those three, there's going to be a pretty massive reckoning all across up and down ballot for Republicans.
By those three, you mean Pennsylvania, Michigan,
Wisconsin, and Michigan.
Yeah, you know what's interesting, dude? Because you and I had covered Congress, so I was telling everyone while we were getting your shot back up, you and I are old buddies from D.C. I don't remember a race, Siraj, where as we're voting for the president, we also have 3 Senate elections in those 3 Rust Belt states. Usually it's like one of them has an election. So to me, I don't think there's any outcome that would surprise me, but I'm really interested to see if this is like really nerdy stuff that we love, but like, Do you get these split ticket voters? They're like, cool, I want Donald Trump, but I also want Alyssa Slotkin. Or I want Donald Trump, but like I'm sticking with Bob Casey in Pennsylvania. I wonder if that or anything else that you'll be looking for. And is there any outcome that would genuinely surprise you in the next 24 hours?
I'd say that my biggest surprise would be is if they called the election tonight. Like if they called the election, so if you remember in 2016, they called the election for Trump at 3:00 in the morning on November 9th. And then it took about 3 or 4 days in 2020. They called the election for Joe Biden on a Saturday after election day. So, given all the things that I think a lot of states have cleaned up sort of their vote tabulating and counting. You have those stragglers like in Nevada and Arizona, where it says they're going to take days to maybe even a couple weeks to get everything counted. I think Michigan was another story like that. But if Trump is able to get like all of the states that he needs, Georgia, North Carolina, if you got, what else? Well, if you got Nevada and Arizona, I mean, that probably sets him up for being at least around like 268. He really only needs to get one of the 3 Rust Belt states, Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania. I think his best bet is Pennsylvania at the moment.
Best bet certainly seems to be Pennsylvania. 19 electoral votes. Everyone wants it. I was just thinking about this for Truth Social. I think a lot of people would just sort of assume they're like, okay, well, that's Trump's platform. It's only for conservatives. But I've had the app for a long time. I open it a lot. I always want to see what's being posted. Siraj, I can't help but notice that the vice president's campaign, Vice President Kamala Harris, they've tried to be really active on Truth Social. They try and fact check Trump. Talk to me about some of the differing voices of politics that you've seen emerge on the platform, and did they clash in different ways or sort of encourage voters one way or another, users on the platform, given that it wasn't just Trump, it's a lot of Democrats trying to get into the Truth Social game the last few months as well?
Yeah, there's been a concerted effort, and this applies to Rumble as well. Substack did this. So like whenever a certain company, a tech company, is sort of branded as being like the conservative version of, say, YouTube or the conservative version of Twitter, what they've always done is they've tried to basically reach out to the other side and try to bring those voices in, because obviously if you're just talking about things in an echo chamber and there's no pushback, people are just agreeing with you, then that doesn't make for any, like, there's no incentive to keep coming back, right? Because a lot of people go for the confrontation, for the debate, to hear different ideas. And I think that's been actually a very successful strategy. The market share of Twitter versus Truth Social is just, it's like night and day, right? Like Truth Social just, especially with Elon Musk controlling the reins at Twitter X, it's very difficult to compete in that environment. Same with like Rumble and YouTube. Like YouTube is the second largest search engine behind Google, and Google owns YouTube. So these alt tech medias, I mean, they're definitely providing a space where people can actually speak freely and say what's on their mind without worrying about being censored. Because up until Elon Musk bought Twitter X, like that's all that really conservatives and people on the right had, was these alt tech companies that wouldn't police political speech and would just let them say whatever they want, as long as they have terms of service just like any other company. Everything from like snuff films to like actual adult entertainment, like just like any other site.
Sure.
But with the whole downfall of COVID and this this discussion about misinformation and disinformation and propaganda, like ultimately, like, you gotta let people think for themselves. You can't just babysit them and just tell them what they need to think. People don't like that. They rather do the research themselves, and a lot of times they may not get it fully right, but at the very least, like, giving them that freedom to sort of inquiry, it's better for everyone, because everyone, there are more thoughts and more opinions that can be thrown into the mix, and alternative perspectives that people have never even considered.
Siraj, I'm going to give our viewers a quick update here, because we're following along with AP reporting here. Former President Trump currently awarded 95 electoral votes. Vice President Harris, 35. Races on to 270, as I'm sure we all know. Siraj, so you were just talking about something that's really interesting. You've been, for out of all my buddies in DC, I feel like, you and I both had a lane for a lot of years in like the mainstream media lane, and I think that's what tends to dominate the Beltway, like during our years on Capitol Hill. But you were so inventive, you were so smart, you were so creative, you were way ahead of the curve. I feel like to recognize where we were going in terms of independent media, the importance of building your own. And here we are on election night, and I can't help but notice that so many of the big legacy newsrooms, they're all in the midst of mergers and acquisitions, and it's like one corporate company buying another. Talk to me about your own journey as more of an independent creator in the lane of politics, and where you see this lane going. I mean, what do you think future election nights are going to look like? Because I feel like the power structure is slowly being chipped away at.
Oh, yeah. I think this is the first night. I think this is the first election night where, I mean, you could make the case that in 2020, like, there was like the initial like trickle effect of independent media covering a presidential election. But you go to the Rumble homepage or you go to YouTube, and it's just absolutely filled with different election night streams from independent creators who, they've never, there's no claim to fame. Either they worked in media or they're just starting out. But these people are immensely successful in just bringing people from, just on their devices, really, and just having them tune in. With the advent of being able to stream these types of shows on TV through like the YouTube and Rumble apps on TV. Is a game changer. Like it brings it's no longer just like on your computer or on your phone. Like, you bring it to your living room, and that's where everybody can partake in. It's sort of like evangelizing independent media. And whether or not you agree with a specific content creator, like, a lot of them are just busting their hump trying to make a living, but some of them just really love doing what they do, and they'll do it as a side hustle. For me, it's still been a side hustle, although I will say what's interesting is I left the Washington Examiner in 2021. I kind of went independent on my own doing the BB Bros, and that just sort of like fell into place with Rumble. And so that I just started working with Rumble, and then all of a sudden, I had a baby a year ago, and JD was nice enough to send me a care package. She just turned 1, and I basically put all my content creation on hold because all I want to do is just be a dad. So,
and when you and I have talked, kind of privately, I will say you're like, dude, being a dad's awesome. It's everything really it's cracked up to be, dude, and I cannot be more proud for you and Em and your family. I know you're short on time, and you're very generous to give us a few minutes. Any predictions? I'm sure you've been asked that a lot, but like,
all right. So
God,
this was my main
business of predictions here, or what?
yeah, I hate making presidential predictions. I was right about the 2020 election. I had like a last minute like you know come like eye opening moment in 2016 that Trump was going to win. My gut feeling still tells me Trump is going to win, and I think he actually despite I don't want to say that he wins tonight, but I think I think there's going to be the longer the results, the longer that it takes for the results to come in, I think Trump's chances of winning sort of start to dwindle. So it's like a culmination of 2016 and 2020. It's very odd. I'm getting 2016 vibes, but part of me still thinks that like whatever we saw in 2020 could happen all over again. And it's for someone who's sort of like had this massive political evolution from going from left to right to like center, like all over the place. Anything is possible, right? I still think Trump's going to win. Just in my heart of hearts, I think he's going to win.
All right, dude. I'm so grateful for your time. I know it's very busy there at the Truth Social office down in Florida. My absolute favorite Florida man, the great Siraj Hashmi, is co-host of the Habibi Bros, creator of The List. Please follow him across all socials. My man, thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello to everyone there at the offices. Enjoy your election night. One more time here for our guest. Live studio audience is going nuts for you, brother. Best to your family.
Appreciate it, guys.
And we'll connect with you soon, dude. We'll see you soon.
Take care, fellas. Have a good night.
Dude, that's awesome. That's awesome. That dude's as real as it gets. He's so funny. He was genuinely, for so many cycles of political news, the single funniest Twitter account that you could possibly get. It was like so smart. You're just like, God, that's the right take. It's like, oh, what's the right take I'm looking for on that story? Just read what Siraj has to say. So very thankful for his time. I think we got some new updates on some calls. What are we doing here? Or at least more drinks maybe at this hour? Because I don't know what we're doing. What's going on here?
Is the North Carolina governor.
Josh Stein declared the winner by the CNN news desk of North Carolina. And of course, we are 27 minutes away from the closer of the next polls. Taking a look here at the update. Oh, Dan, can we pull this up? This is the AP. I'm going to hit... Dan, we can pull this... Oh, yeah. Former President Trump, 101 electoral votes at the... Why am I pointing that way? It's not that way. It's this way. And Vice President Harris sitting at 49. What has changed? Arkansas, home of the comeback kid, doesn't go Democrat anymore. It's firmly in Donald Trump's column. The state has 6 electoral votes. Alabama, Tennessee, South Carolina has been reaffirmed here by the AP, and a bunch of these others. Like, look at these this ominous red blob down here. My God. And what do we think here about Texas? 50% of the votes counted in Texas. Donald Trump, 51.6%. Can we pull up the, what do I have to do to pull up the Texas Senate map? Can we do AP results for that too?
Yeah, under AP live congressional races, you see that top.
Live congressional races, yeah.
That would help you there.
Ooh, what do we got here? Wait a minute, I don't want this big advertisement. Here we go. We love advertisements, don't get me wrong. Just want to be clear for everyone watching the stream, please give us your money if you'd like to advertise with us. But in general, it's, I'd like to cut out ads. Okay, U.S. Senate balance of power. I want to take a look and see what the state of the race is in Texas. Let me do this one right now. Election results. I'm going to do this one right now.
It's a good question.
This is from HoustonPublicMedia.org. 50% of the votes in. Ooh, look at this margin right now between Cruz and Allred. 49.3% for the Republican, 48.8% for Colin Allred. Half the votes in estimated. That's a teeny tiny margin. That's less than 100,000 votes right now, separating Allred and Cruz in Texas. Still a lot of the vote left to go. 1.9% other candidates. God, does anyone in this room know anyone who voted for a third-party candidate?
No, not since me.
Taylor almost did? Who did Taylor almost vote for?
Well, I voted.
Jill Stein.
I voted for Gary Johnson in 2012. I'm not
You voted for Gary Johnson?
Wow, nobody could have guessed that. Oh my God.
They're all grifters. Jill Stein. Why doesn't the Green Party ever run for local elections? Why do they only ever run in the presidential election? It's a grift.
I am curious about your thoughts on the Green Party, like taking away. I know we have Reed Rasner on the show on one of our Thursday nights.
We
But
did.
Reed Rasner was saying that he loves having Jill Stein because he's a Republican and he always takes away
Yeah, I
votes.
bet. I bet you love having
Yeah,
Jill Stein.
What's your thought on that?
As much as I absolutely detest the two-party system, it's just like at this point, I could never tell someone how to vote. I would never tell you not to walk into a voting booth and do what your heart tells you. If you want to go for Jill Stein or Gary Johnson or write in Mickey Mouse or something, you're welcome to do so. Let's be really realistic. That to me is the equivalent of going into the World Series and saying, I want the New York Mets to win. The Mets aren't gonna win the World Series. You may want them to win, but for a fact, the winner of the World Series was either going to be the Yankees or Dodgers. You could be like, oh, I want the Mets to win. I want the Atlanta Braves to win. That's really nice. I'm really happy for you. Maybe give it a shot next year. But for now, you have to pick one of these two teams because I promise you, it's either going to be the New York Yankees. What if the division series was rigged? Many people will ask that question, unfortunately. They absolutely will. Actually, I want to pull up this full list of people. Hold on, can I do this one? Dan, I love this one. Dan and Chris, you guys are gonna love this one. So this is worth remembering who's running for president because it is more than just the two-party candidates. On many ballots across the country, you watching this, you may have walked into the voting booth today and seen Cornel West. You may have seen Jill Stein. You may have seen a few other names you've probably never heard of. Chase Oliver, was that the Libertarian candidate? I think that's who that was, right?
I don't remember.
Yes, left-leaning Libertarian. And then you got Claudia de la Cruz, who was running as a socialist candidate on the ticket of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I know a lot of these out there candidates, you're kind of like, all right, I mean, to my last point, you're like, all right, how realistic is this? But these are the type of people who will play spoiler. Like, look at Jill Stein, physician who ran for president on the Green Party ticket in 2012, 2016, seeking the party's nomination a third time. She calls for an economic bill of rights. People like Jill Stein. They really do. And I think people like the spirit of not having just two people to vote for. But again, it's like...
You need, like vote reform before those third
You need
parties
vote
can
reform.
actually... Yeah, I mean, like, whether it's ranked choice voting or whatever. But,
Yep.
like, as with the two-party system, these third-party candidates, they're never going to do enough. It's just impossible.
Although, you know what's so funny to that point is that RFK is still on the ballot in Michigan and Wisconsin. He fought like hell to get himself on the ballot, and then he drops out and he backs Trump, and then he's like, please take me off the ballot, but now he's stuck on the ballot in those two states. What if Bobby Kennedy Jr. ends up playing spoiler in Michigan for Donald Trump because he couldn't get himself off the ballot?
Want to dive into Michigan, but before we do, Jill Stein has 139,000 votes. Wow.
In where? Total? In 139,000.
Out of the 33 million
Sure.
going to the others? She has 139,000.
Out of the 33 million votes that have so far been tallied, how many?
139,000.
139,000. So
And
imagine...
127 to Chase Oliver.
And 127. Okay, so imagine
56 to Robert F. Kennedy.
56,000?
to RFK.
We don't know where. That's just general.
That's the national.
56,000. 56,000. So imagine the big house, the football stadium in Ann Arbor, Michigan. More people than fit in that enormous stadium have so far voted for Jill Stein and Chase Oliver. If you are watching this and you voted for Jill Stein today, or Chase Oliver, or any third-party candidate, please call into the show. Please write us are the comments open? No, not yet.
Comments are open.
Comments are open. Write us a comment, send us a text, send us a DM, send a carrier pigeon. I really would like to know your reason as to why. This is a no judgment zone. I just really want to know what people are thinking as they go through to cast vote. Is that a party? Are we celebrating over there? No, not yet.
JD, Chris,
Yes.
I was watching, I don't know, some news outlet earlier,
Love that.
and they were mentioning that some people were either not voting or voting for the third party candidate because of the Israel-Palestine everything.
I see that.
Over there.
A lot of people, yeah. That was a big concern in Dearborn, Michigan. Heavy Palestinian-American contingency there. A lot of split voters, don't know which candidate to vote for. They're just going to stay out altogether. Yeah, that's a tough one. Do you know where? Or that was a little bit of everywhere where they were?
It was very general.
It was a generalized thing.
Eric,
Yeah. 71, let's take a look.
New Jersey called for Harris.
Okay. So, no. Well, you know what? I'm not, well, hold on. New Jersey
Do we
is,
have any surprises tonight yet?
all right. To bring us our latest updates, Donald Trump's at 101. Vice President Harris at 71. The latest call is my home state, the Garden State of New Jersey, has been called for the Democrat Kamala Harris in this race. Trump for a long time has been insisting it's like Jersey's in play. And I know a lot of people who have been telling me as of late, Jersey's in play. I didn't see it happening. Like I'm born and raised in the bluest county in New Jersey, and like just the contingency between like the Oranges and Patterson and Newark and the whole stretch of North Jersey right outside the city is so densely populated and so overwhelmingly Democratic in every cycle. I don't see, even though we had Chris Christie as a governor for a long time, I don't necessarily see it going. Anyway, for New Jersey, only 29% of the votes have been counted. 55.5% go to Vice President Harris. 0.6% to Jill Stein. I'd like to also meet a New Jersey voter who went third party. So if you're a New Jersey voter or elsewhere, what else do we get? Was New York called? No, not yet.
Not yet.
Trump also wants to make a play in New York. I guess that's kind of part of the reason that he did the whole Madison Square Garden rally. But as we stand, the race to 270, Donald Trump 101. Where's the top line? No, that's a big ad. There we go. Vice President Harris at 71. Illinois has been called for Harris. Only 9% of the votes counted, 56%. Taylor, what else is jumping out to you that we should take a look at? There's a lot going on here.
I like Texas.
We are
a lot,
cooking.
You know, we're gonna get some updates soon. We got 52% for Trump, 47% for Harris.
Yep.
Let's go back to Florida.
If we can get a nice little county breakdown of Florida, like, is Osceola County a place, or did I make that up? I may have made that up. Okay, got it. Or Broward County. That was a big one.
Where we're from.
You're from Broward County? You're from Broward County.
Palm Beach, we got Broward.
Why was Broward so?
305 when I was born.
Why was Broward so famous for elections? Oh, it was like recounts.
Recounts.
Oh man, right.
Lots of recounts. Like weeks after recounts.
Weeks and weeks of recounts in
You should
Broward
look
County.
at Miami-Dade County, because that was the question with a lot of the Puerto Rico comments by that comedian.
Sure.
If a lot of Hispanics that live in Miami-Dade would actually turn blue. It is very blue. The counties of Broward and Miami-Dade historically.
Sure.
They've turned more red in the Trump years.
Let's see if we can get a link. What is this one here? This is gonna be. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, I like this.
I would use your map there.
Yeah, but it doesn't give me a breakdown in this. They're all just general bits of information.
Let me see.
I want to drill down on big, beautiful Florida. Oh, wait a minute. Look at this. Oh, we're cooking. 95% of the votes in Florida right now. Trump, 56%. Okay.
Live during show, I got you at Florida, unless you already have one.
I got one for the New York Times. Let's take a look at AP. We're rocking with AP today.
Yeah, AP is a little bit.
Do.
So there's little bubbles. Those are counties.
Do. All right, point me in the direction. Where am I going?
You want to be.
I missed it. I'm
It was
like
a PC Richardson.
dialed in.
I did the strikeout list. So
To the bottom right,
Yeah.
we got Miami-Dade County, very bottom in Florida.
I gotta get that. Okay. Wait, well, I had done that a couple weeks ago. Like,
Wow.
Wow. Look at this.
Dude, I was listening to that.
We are 92% of the votes counted in Miami-Dade, and Donald Trump is got a pretty commanding lead there.
Yeah.
Any of these others? Okay, Broward County is like Fort Lauderdale-ish or no?
Yeah, Broward County's Fort Lauderdale, suburbs like Cool Springs, Deerfield Beach, like a lot like that.
Cool.
You can see why Trump won. I mean, Trump won because a heavily populated county being Miami-Dade just went that way. And if you
Yeah.
go over to the
You want to? Can I bring you as my Florida correspondent? I don't know what I'm talking about. Are you mic'd over there or no? I'm having a hard time hearing over the. So, you come in. All right. Here's Taylor Craig, everyone, executive producer of Common Threads. He's gonna sit. No, you're gonna sit. You're gonna do a.
Oh man.
This is your live shot. See, this is
your IFB here.
This is payback because Taylor's made me do so many live shots in my life at our old job, and now
It's my
I
turn.
don't need my IFB.
All right. So we'll do a little flippy here.
Hell yeah.
Oh man, I don't know if I know how to do this. This is nervous. Hi, Mom. All right. Sponsored by the Heatonist there. All right, so the thing about Florida, I'm just gonna hold up the mic. Thing about Florida is we get a lot of action down here in Miami-Dade. Can we do the VO when you got a moment?
Yeah.
Miami-Dade County, there's a lot of concern about the Hispanic population there. Not concerned about the Hispanic population, but that they would actually lean left. Oh my God, they're Hispanics. So the Miami-Dade County, we have 55%. This was a blue county. This is what the Democrats lost. They had Miami-Dade down pat. Broward, as you can see, went the same way, and it's gone the same way historically. 58% there for Kamala. That's what you would expect for Harris. 41% going for Trump. So nobody in Broward County really likes that. But you look on the west coast of Florida around Tampa, Hillsborough County, huge county, 92% of the vote counted. Slim victory from Donald Trump. This is Tampa, big city. Same thing with Orlando. Of course, all the liberal constituents gather in these cities. So these are the big reporting hubs. So when you're talking about Florida, you talk also a lot about in North Florida. You got a lot of conservatives up in North Florida. I think we've all crossed paths with these gentlemen before. Let me just adjust this. Let's see. Let me adjust this aspect ratio there. That was even worse. Stand by.
Did some dragging, didn't you?
I did.
Oh yeah.
He broke his own card.
Just a tinge. But we know Florida was called, right? So Florida is now in the hands of Republicans. It might be for the foreseeable future. And it's not just Republican enthusiasm. It seems to be specifically Trump enthusiasm in Florida. So yeah, now we're looking at 71 electoral votes for Harris and 101 for Trump. I'm going to pass it along to our wonderful host, JD Durkin.
Well done.
He's gonna, and I'm done with it.
Might just be general republicanism.
That's right. That's right. Rick Scott retaining his seat. Very big news.
That was the Debbie Mukersel Powell.
Exactly. Yeah.
That dude's been defrauding Florida for 30 years.
Sorry for the noise.
Who
Here we
had-
are.
Rick Scott.
Bye,
What?
Taylor.
Oh, that's a take.
Bye-bye.
You gotta come defend that take now. Let's go. On.
Uh,
All right.
That IFB over there.
Oh yeah. What do I need the IFB unless we do a guest?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
You're
throw it
probably
in.
good.
I'll
Unless you
throw
want
it
to
in.
hear like sound. that you're playing.
Are we playing sound?
in that seat, though.
I don't know.
You can hear it coming out of the laptop, I guess.
Oh yeah. Hold on.
And we can hear it 3 times.
Bear with me here, folks. All right. So what's the latest call here? Let's take a look here at the AP section. I'm gonna go to this tab instead.
On YouTube.
If you look at the whole map, what do you have to say about like the South being so? Obviously, this is pretty like predictable, and this is what we've seen a lot of. But like, look
Yeah.
at the geographical divides of the country, and it just seems to be getting more stark. You're not seeing blue territory and red territory.
No.
You're seeing solid divides.
No, but let's do this. Now we're gonna be cooking. Ready for this? Rick Scott is Tom Wamsgan, says Andrew Stahlberger. How we like that take? I like that. That's a good take.
It's hot. It's hot take.
That's a good take. All right, so let's do this. I love that. Andrew, thank you for that. This is a look at the 2020 election results. So to your point here, but look, I mean, this is a continuation of what we had the last cycle. Just Georgia was that blue little blocking state that just kind of dropped in there. But otherwise, it's a continuation of the previous maps. Oh, wait, you know what? 270 to vote previous election results. There's this really cool page I saw. Oh, yeah, look at this one. Okay, this is seriously awesome. So let's go to zoom in here. Okay, so this gives us a look at 2020 here.
Yeah.
And then over at 2016, still same block for Trump. So no big surprise. These are all the states Trump won. I think Georgia's going to be the outlier, which hasn't been called yet, right? No, we don't have a Georgia call. And as we go over to Obama-Romney, this is back when Florida was still in the blue territory. But all these other southern states
Didn't Florida go blue both times for Obama?
certainly did. 2012 and 2008, folks. There they are on your screens. What were the big differences between these two? They're pretty close. Indiana flipped for Romney in 2012. Otherwise, it's virtually the same map. North Carolina flipped for Romney in 2012. So that squeezed his margins a little bit, but otherwise pretty identical. We go back. Yeah, look at this big blocker right here, 2004. That was Kerry Bush. This is Bush Gore. Look at, we're going to have some fun with these because wait till you see how lopsided some of these get. It's wild. This is great. This is Clinton's reelection. Look at Clinton. Look at this. Like, this is a whole different blue wall we had that went straight down through Arkansas, the comeback kid. I don't think we'll ever see this again.
Well, that's like Reagan in, what, 84? When he won every state except for Minnesota, right?
Let's cue it up. Let's go there. Except for Walter Mondale. I called this the other day.
Because his opponent was a Minnesota guy.
Yes, I called this the other day the Seattle-Denver Super Bowl. Do you remember how lopsided that was? I was like, watching election returns in 1984 must have been like watching the Seattle-Denver Super Bowl.
This is why we need a soundboard. But it,
Just painfully one-sided. Nothing exciting to see.
Twitch at the moment?
Are we?
I don't know. You got to check.
I don't know.
You can go to
88,
the,
this is Dukakis and Bush. Obviously, this is after Reagan's presidency. Carter Reagan, this is Carter running for re-election. This is the hostages in Iran. This is the whole thing. This was wild. Carter and Ford running for, now look at this. When we go back to 1976, it's almost exactly switched. Look at the Southeast. Of course, Jimmy Carter, Georgia, the peanut farmer. Whole different electoral map. Head back to 72.
To vote today.
Who?
Carter.
Jimmy Carter.
He made it long enough to vote.
He did vote. He did vote for Vice President Harris, yes. Didn't he vote early?
Yeah.
I think he voted a couple weeks ago.
You never know. If he had passed away, they might have credited.
I think he's in good shape.
Virginia. Can I call? I know you're doing historical here, but
No.
Virginia is as
Fuck
close
history.
as it freaking gets.
All right, let's take a look here. What am I looking at? AP?
Yeah,
Yeah.
AP.
40%.
I can drop the link in live during show.
Let's do it. Virginia right now, what, on this margin, 44% of the counts voted?
Yeah.
Of the votes counted?
I was gonna let you go with that. I was gonna-
We are 17,000 votes right now is the separator. Now we're up to 19,000 between Trump and Harris. Wow.
With Trump leading.
With Trump leading in Virginia, which of course in 2020 win for Biden. 2016 win for Clinton. If Trump is successful at flipping Virginia, he would be the first Republican since George W. Bush in 2004 to put the Commonwealth in the red column. He's been trying to make a play for it.
Also the last Republican to win the popular vote, right? George Bush in 2004.
The Republicans have won one popular vote election in the last 30 years. Yes, I think that's just about correct. Yes.
I will say, if you look at the counties in Virginia, Richmond is like completely not reporting. Like they're like very low volume, and that's a city that's going to be heavily Democratic.
Okay, I like that
maybe,
take.
Maybe the results are a little bit misleading at the moment because a lot of the rural counties are reporting more than the liberal ones.
All right, let's take a look here at ballots counted. This is the Commonwealth of Virginia. Look at me. I'm going to drop Commonwealth. Take a shot every time I say the word Commonwealth. Jesus.
You're not saying it enough. So.
Oh, God. It's 8:54. I'd be on my ass by 8:58. Obviously, Northern Virginia. Remember that dude made the song last year? Richmond, up in Richmond.
Oh, yeah. Country dude.
That was a huge sensation.
No chance.
I honestly don't know. I don't remember how it goes. But I remember they opened up a Republican debate with it. They're like, oh, this guy made this viral song, yada, yada. Now, I'm moving all over the place, dude. You're never going to reframe me.
Oh, yeah, but I reframed for Taylor.
Oh, well, that's fair. All right, so Arlington County, right up by D.C., obviously overwhelming for Harris. For Virginia, Norfolk County, a similar story. It's just all these other counties, what happens there throughout Virginia. But yeah, Trump making a very strong play. He spent a lot of time in Virginia. This is one of the places I think the campaign felt confident they could probably make a flip. Instead of just running back the playbook from 2016, there was other ways to look at it. So to bring an update here on what we're looking at, 101 to 71. That was the case last time, right? Nothing's there changed. Nothing's there changed.
I have a question.
Please. I may not have the answer, but
CNN is still saying 27 for Harris, 105 for Trump, which is clearly updating Trump's votes.
sure.
MSNBC is currently saying 105 for Trump and 30 for Harris,
Okay.
but your AP polls are saying something totally different.
30 for
What
Harris.
is happening?
That's a great question. Can I see a link with the MSNBC? See what states have been called or not called? Every decision desk, I know has their own criteria for what they're looking at, and they basically look at all these exit polls and the early numbers, and they just try and extrapolate out and I can't speak to the decisions within the individual decision desks, but I don't think it's as nefarious as Succession. You know, when like the yeah, when like the executives are in there and like putting all the pressure. I don't actually think that happens. Call it. Call it.
Exactly.
But obviously try and exert that pressure that way. I would just have to assume that NBC News just doesn't yet have confidence to award particular states that the AP is looking at and saying, well, we can make those calls. I don't know. But listen, if you work for the AP and you're watching the show, please dial in. I'd love to ask you about how the election's going. Send them a video ninja link. Yes. Also, by the way, to either of the candidates running for president, Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, you're both welcome on the show tonight. I know you're both looking for some extra earned media, and I'm sure you want to get your message out there. We got a ton of viewers tonight watching the stream. She was in Pennsylvania, right?
Yeah.
In the Commonwealth. Shot. She was knocking on doors. Can I say I really missed the 3-candidate horse race of 1992? We need a strong third or fourth party candidate. Listen, let's get over here to 92. Hold on. 1992 election results. Let's try and get a good read here on how well Ross Perot actually did. When in doubt, Wikipedia.
Only when we go back.
No electoral votes, but almost 20 million total votes in the popular vote, which is actually pretty wild. To Andrew Stadelberger's point, look at how well Ross Perot did in 92 relative to Poppy Bush running for re-election. 39 million versus 9. It's only like a 20 million vote difference there for Ross Perot, who is like that real like rabble-rouser third-party candidate to come in and like shake up the system, not in a way that's going to change the electoral college. I think let me look up this. What's my favorite election here? Hold on, we got to go way back. Oh yeah, I want to go to this one. Speaking of, this is a real third. We want to talk real third-party power. This was Teddy Roosevelt running against William Howard Taft and Woodrow Wilson in 19. Remember, Teddy Roosevelt had already been president, left the party, ran as a Bull Moose Party candidate, still had a ton of support, but kind of split the vote with Taft, and it ultimately went to Wilson's way, clearly in a very big way. And Woodrow Wilson was president. Taft was like, wait, that wasn't the idea. That's not how this was supposed to go. I don't think you'll ever have a third-party candidate who's nearly that powerful unless Donald Trump loses tonight and runs as a legit third party 4 years from now. What do we think about that? Could happen. Could be. You said that? That he could do that?
Put it in the chat.
You did?
He said this would be his last election.
Oh my God.
He said it would be?
Let's go to the comment.
Let's go to comments. Let's pull up a comment.
Right. Looks like he said it.
Trump will be the third-party candidate. Did you write that?
I did.
I didn't know you said that. Wait, no, for sure. Wait, great mind. Dude, we're doing this. Okay, we're in sync here for the show. Yeah, I don't mind that take. I don't like completely put it past him, to be honest. I feel like if he were to lose and think that he could do some damage more as an independent candidate, I don't know. I feel like he would run as a Republican, if anything. But
Do you think it would hurt Republicans or Democrats more if MAGA broke off into a third party?
if MAGA broke off into a third party, would it hurt who or who more?
The Republicans or the Democrats? Like
Republicans.
You think Republicans for sure?
Yeah, I think it would look like this 1912 map, kind of.
You don't think they would get any centrist Democrats, like kind of who like? Sorry, I'm hearing myself. Who like the kind of economic, fiscally responsible ideas?
Sure.
Republicans that are socially liberal.
Could be, but I'd have to imagine it does more damage to Republican voters. Also, you know what's interesting was when I asked, when I was at the MSG rally a couple weeks ago, or outside of it, and I was talking with a lot of Trump voters. I always love asking, like, all right, what comes next? Who do you support after all of this? Who's heir apparent to MAGA? And one of the most commonly answered names, to my surprise, former Representative Tulsi Gabbard. People love Gabbard.
I believe it.
Trump fans love Gabbard.
Yeah.
And they're like, that's what that could be. Who carries the mantle forward?
Is she charismatic?
When she's in the, is she what?
We got some
Charismatic.
calls here.
I didn't know what they were.
We got some calls here. Texas goes to Trump.
No.
Texas to Donald Trump, 40 electoral votes according to the CNN news desk. Let's see if this is up in the AP yet.
All right.
Oh, Texas still hasn't been called. You heading out, Alexi? Man,
Fun.
happy election, buddy. Thanks for everything, dude.
Check to see what anything's going on. I can't see it.
It's early, dude. It's early.
Yeah, I'll see it.
Let's hope neither candidate pulls like that disastrous fifth inning the Yankees did and like lose this whole thing. That's a great Alexei Shishkin. He's on his way out. He's giving hugs. He's saying bye. See you, bud. See you soon.
Can we check out some states that haven't been called yet, like the North Carolinas of the world?
I love that.
Yeah, maybe in Arizona. In Arizona, we should get some reporting on like right now.
I think Arizona polls close, but they can't report for an hour after the polls close. So I think Arizona's closer to 10. I think Nevada's closer to 11. They both have similar wonky rules out there.
Nevada, they accept votes up to 4 days post polls closing.
They can still get votes. Right. Until the whole election doesn't come down to those two states. Else we'll all be sitting here Friday. We're not going to end the stream. We're going to sleep here in the studio. And we're going to be live until Saturday morning. And we're all just going to take turns sitting in the chair. Take a shot. Oh, no, my God. Well, or. All right, over at the AP, right now they are giving 120 votes to Donald Trump, 99 to Kamala Harris. Looking at the total, at least those that have been counted right now, Trump has a 3 million-ish popular vote lead right now, but they've given him states like North Dakota, South Dakota. Wait, I'm going to go to this tab. Wyoming, looks like Nebraska is going to split with that one congressional district, perhaps going to Harris. Not a big surprise there. One of the two states, along with Maine, that split one district. So it's not a pure play, clean state election slate. Illinois, New York has been called for Harris, according to the AP, with 15% of the votes counted. Also not a big surprise. Looks like Pennsylvania's leaning Harris, but still really early. That's like the reverse red mirage. The blue mirage, I think, happening in Pennsylvania tonight. Could be happening. So we knew that Harris's vote total was going to jump out very early, especially with votes counted in the Philadelphia, Montgomery, Chester, Delco. Can we see Delco? This is my old stomping ground. The first elections I ever voted in, I was a Delaware County, Pennsylvania voter. 16% of the vote. This is not how it's going to finish. It's going to be much closer to 50-50. But this is a really interesting one right outside of Philly. This is the main line, home to Villanova University. A lot of other great schools out there. Very young, excited college town. First-time voters out there, thrilled like we were back in 2008. And we'll see how these numbers settle.
Maybe a little North Carolina, Georgia action. Let's go down south.
How do I do that? Let's see.
8 on YouTube.
What is that number?
Viewers.
Oh, buddy, don't tell me that. Why would you tell me that? Why would you tell me that? Jeez.
It's the highest we've had on YouTube.
Oh, boy.
It's going
Oh,
up.
give me another shot, please. Can I have another shot, Taylor? I'm not even joking. That's not the worst bit of news I've heard.
God damn, I'm so sorry.
I'm going to tag, you know what I'm going to take?
so happy about
I'm going to take a shot. Can I have,
Hey, thank you, Andrew.
I'm not going to shoot it.
Two on one of the platforms.
I'm not going to shoot.
No, 2 hours nothing.
Oh, God. I'm not going to shoot it. Can I have the Lairds, by the way?
I think it's next to you.
Oh, the Lairds is behind me.
Yeah.
All right, so they're not a
forget about the
sponsor, but this is America's First Spirit. I'm going to shout out my friends over at Laird's, based in Scobeyville, New Jersey. America's first and finest distillers. There's no doubt, first and finest distillers, from their family to yours since the 1700s. This reads like an advertisement. It's not. I'm just a huge fan. This was the drink of choice for George Washington, and now for you as well. And this is true. It's labeled 10 because the new person in the family, Gerard, took over. He is the 10th generation that made these special bottles. And I welcomed some members of the Laird family to the New York Stock Exchange a few weeks ago. You need a Laird's. Absolutely. You're not kidding. Not only a Laird's drink, but also I want to shout out the folks at Laird's. Look how fire this shirt is. Are you kidding me? How cool is that? Shout out Laird's on election night, because I'm sitting there thinking, okay, what do I most want to drink? I want to drink the most American drink for election night with my goofy little American flag pin. And so I need to shout out the folks over at Laird's, because that's what I'm going to drink. What else? What is everyone in the room drinking? Are we still on PBRs?
I'll have a whiskey.
JD, miss you working the whiteboard on election night, says John O'Halloran.
Where's your,
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
We get a little Laird cameras in here.
Yeah, I think we can make that happen. Yeah, but you know what? This is kind of like a bit of a digital whiteboard that we're doing tonight, which is actually, to this point, is very cool that we can still do this and pull up the AP map here in real time. Very grateful for all the comments. No, do it. I want to get that in frame, not me. There it is.
Look at that.
That's an autofocus. That's so cool.
It is.
Look at that.
Look at that.
That's how we roll.
Spend a little bit of money.
Back at, that's what happens when we spend a little bit of money on the show, a little
Dan,
bit
you
of
wanna come over
swag.
Yeah. Little room.
Oh, happy election night, one and all. All right, quick update here from the Associated Press as to who is leading this election. We're all winning because it's democracy in action, folks. No, but seriously, it's Donald Trump. It's 120 over to 99 right now. Joe Harris seems to be shortening this lead. All right, hey, salute.
Cheers. I love.
Cheers
I,
to
for one,
Laird's.
Love that pin.
Yeah,
I think it's beautiful.
It's made in America. Made in America. This is apple brandy. You got to be a little. It gives you a little kick. Oh, this is apple brandy. That's what Laird's is. This is Applejack.
I'm bullish on America, dude.
We are bullish on America. I'm bullish on Laird's. Very grateful. Shout out to the great. What do we have? What's the pin say?
You gotta go down.
We got to bring it back. Oh no, we got the other shout up right. Yeah. Wait.
No.
Hey.
Hey.
Big time.
I love this. This was a.
What's the story with
from
that?
Daniel.
Bullish on America?
I have to give you this pin. I have to.
Sir, take this pin. Is that from Japan? That's so funny.
That was found at a Lake George tchotchke, an antique shop.
When you went to Japan, honestly, could you paint the picture of the Otani mania? Is it as amazing as I would suspect it is?
Well, there were probably more Dodgers hats than Yankees hats, which is not usually the case anywhere
Sure,
else
anywhere
in
you
the
go.
world.
Yeah.
They were big on it. There were a lot of jerseys. There were a lot of Dodgers jerseys, but the biggest thing about Shohei is that he's on every ad in the country. Like you're coming down the escalator at the immigration hall, and Shohei Ohtani's face greets you,
Wow.
advertising like a lip balm or something, and then he's in bus bench ads or subway ads, stuff like that. So
That's really where that's why you can defer the Dodgers paycheck because he's making all his money on Japanese advertising.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's huge there. He's big business. Like you tell anyone you're from. Like we were with a guy who was from L.A. and every time you mentioned that, the first thing everyone said was, "Oh, Dodgers, Shohei Ohtani."
Wow, really?
Yes, exactly.
He's a phenom.
And they'd be like, "He's New York." I'd be like, "Ah, Yankees, Aaron Judge." I'd be like, "No, Mets."
No, Mets. And they're like, "Who's the Mets?" No. For sure they know the
They
Mets.
know the Mets.
Oh, of course.
They know the Mets too. They're huge on baseball. I went to a baseball game. Tokyo Giants.
You
versus-
saw the
it
Tokyo
was-
Giants play a baseball
It
game.
was a Game 5, like semifinal round. It was the deciding game. It was the Game
Wow.
5 deciding game, and they're just the whole place is packed.
Really?
There's girls that have mini kegs on their back, and they come running down the aisle.
Mini
instead of
kegs
poppers,
on their back.
and they pour you a beer from a little mini keg on their back, and it's $3 or
No
something.
kidding.
Like
And then-
That's awesome.
Like one of those.
Talking about Japanese
It's like
baseball
they
here
were
on
really cool
election
with
night in
that on
America.
their back, and they're just running down. And then the fans all have trumpets and drums. And they have fans. They have 2 fan sections where they're waving flags. They have their flags up the whole time, and they're cheering and they're playing their music and doing chants. Like
That's
it was
very
kinda
cool.
annoying, actually, at the end, I was like, you know what?
Sure.
I would love to hear right now is just the crack of a bat and the silent murmur.
And
of
be
a
able to
crowd
hear
of
it.
baseball.
Yeah, no.
Because we're just chanting the whole time in favor of Yokohama and then Tokyo. And
I bet.
Did they do a 7th inning stretch?
Can they hear it,
did,
Taylor?
yes. And they
Taylor.
have a song. I took a video of it. I'll send it to you.
Can they hear the whole room or no? They can. Okay, good. I want to make sure that everyone's just watching. I'm just like sitting in silence.
I was going back and forth.
Oh, perfect.
No, it was crazy. The fandom there, the baseball fandom there, huge. I mean,
I bet. Did you have a sense from people in Japan about the U.S. election?
No, actually. I mean, nobody really asked us about it.
That surprises me.
The only people who asked us about it were like European tourists that we met. I don't
See,
think
some of the world's really dialed in, but maybe not the whole world.
I don't think. Yeah, any Japanese people asked us about it.
So because it's whenever I go to Europe, people are obsessed with our elections, which I understand.
Yeah.
I get it, but I can't say that was the case. Oh no, I went to the Middle East this year. I don't think I got a single question about Donald Trump or U.S. politics from
I know.
anyone.
Can we talk about how scary CNN is making this look right
Dun,
now?
dun, 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 dun.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
154 Trump, 30 Harris.
Yeah, but these are all Trump mainstays, right? Like they're Republicans.
Forget Japanese beer. Did I hear? Forget Japanese baseball. Did I hear $3 beer?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, $3
Something
beer.
like that.
Bullish on America. Well said. Lol. Appreciate that. Please keep the comments rolling through. Let's take a look through. Can it be your
Maybe merch.
manager? Certainly. Mr. O'Halloran, yeah, you're welcome to be. We'd love to have you as merch manager. We're looking to staff. Oh boy, we just had a spill. Boo! We had a party foul. We had a party foul in the election. At the decision desk, the Common Threads decision desk, we had a party foul, folks.
I saw the 154 over there had a jump scare. So
You hate to see it. The 154 gave you a jump scare. All right, so taking a look here at the AP, we got 137 for the former president, 99 for the current vice president. Trying to see some of these states that have been issued here. Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, West Virginia, South Carolina, Alabama. Oh, boy, this is really getting there. All right, but obviously we're still waiting for Pennsylvania. We're waiting for Michigan. We're waiting for Wisconsin. Georgia yet to be called. North Carolina yet to be called. New Mexico, Arizona, and Nevada. Those are your big seven. That's the ball game. The rest of these, I think, were all expected except for Virginia. Virginia was expected to trend blue. We just got some trending actions in Wisconsin, and I think that was New Mexico that popped up. Let's take a look at Wisconsin. What are we cooking with?
Virginia's still only 50% reported.
Yeah, we're still early on here. Wisconsin in 10 electoral votes. It says 0% of the votes count. I want a common thread shot glass, says Deborah O'Halloran. Maybe can we make this maybe work for my O'Halloran family in Door County?
Absolutely.
My best friend's mom. Yes, who's watching the show. Shout out the O'Halloran family from the Twin Cities or Door County also. But they spend a lot of the year in Door County, Wisconsin. That's like a crucial the swing of like swingiest places. So love the O'Halloran family who's tuned in tonight on election night. I really appreciate that. We'll see what we can do. I'd love to get the O'Halloran some cool swag from the show as we're continuing. That is such a good idea. From the gallery, get a little punch card. You comment on enough shows, we send you a little swag. I like that. That's really good. All right, New York called for Vice President Harris at 99, 137 is where we. Oh wow, 177. And look at this jump on the AP. Can we take this?
It always starts like this, doesn't it? I mean,
It does. Texas just called by the AP.
always starts like this.
Now for Trump, Florida called. That's that Texas jump. That's what just gave us here for the AP. 177 for Donald Trump, 99 for Vice President Kamala Harris.
But it's too early, right? That doesn't really mean anything.
It's early. It is early for sure. The race is to 270, but right now, according to the AP, that puts Donald Trump 93 electoral votes away from. And of course, I mean, to talk about like the obvious history here, I think the first of all, I learned this recently. This is the 60th presidential election in U.S. history. 60th.
60th.
Yeah, since 1789. We don't think about how many elections we've had, but today is number 60. I learned that this week.
President 47? 48?
If Harris wins, she would be 47. 47. Although, and this is my I don't like this. I don't like that we gave Grover Cleveland two numbers. It's one person. What are we doing here? Two non-consecutive terms. I get it, but Donald Trump's not a different person. So we're going to call him 45 and 47, which I get, but it's only because we gave Cleveland two numbers. Grover Cleveland, the only person to ever win the popular vote 3 times. He won the popular vote when he ran, but he lost to Benjamin Harrison.
Small chance that Trump could be the first one to lose it 3 times.
To lose it 3 times, correct. Could happen. Could absolutely happen.
Question. Wait, so the next president will be 48, one way or the other?
47.
47th, right?
47th, one way or another. Right.
Do you like the website 270 to win?
I like 270. That's what we've been going off. Yeah.
Okay.
The old history maps I was looking at was 270 to win.
Yeah, I mean, if the Democrats lose Virginia, I know it's very early.
Yeah.
But I'm curious about how that swings things and the impact that can have.
For sure. Yeah, Virginia's going to be one of those big ones to watch. I had all these great 270 to win links. I remember where they went. 270 to win previous election results. There we go. Historical presidential elections. Let's go way back. Imagine, so I was thinking this too. Imagine doing the big board. Imagine you're Steve Kornacki at the big board covering the 1789 election.
If they lose Virginia,
George Washington unopposed.
They would
Straight
need
through.
to get Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and one of either. They would need to get Georgia as well.
We need to get Georgia as well. Absolutely. God, things were a lot easier counting the maps way back here in the day. And then, of course, after the presidency of James K. Polk, we expand the map. We add states like Texas and Florida. And then we just go from there. And then I'm going to look up at, God, look at the way this used to look in the 1880s. This is wild. A complete reversal of our modern map. What's another interesting race? Also, I want to take a look at some Senate races. Let's take a look at some down ballot initiatives. Specifically, what are our numbers? Taylor, could you send me a link for Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Wisconsin Senate? Maybe like Michigan Senate? Alyssa Slotkin running against Mike Rogers.
Yeah. We can check out Mike Rogers.
That's a really interesting one. Harris right now, according to the AP, has the lead in Michigan. Only 10% of votes have been counted, to be fair. But they are given a pretty narrow lead right now to the vice president. I wonder what the case is going to be here for the Senate maps. Like we were saying with Siraj, this is a very rare election where all three Rust Belt states have a Senate race going on the same day. Thank you. Let's see. I was told I was sent the link. Stand by. All right. I just shared that tab. Let's take a look. Ooh, look at the Senate.
Yeah, this is the Senate, Slotkin, Rogers.
There we go. 10% of the votes counted. Democratic House of Representatives member Alyssa Slotkin, almost 53% of the vote. Mike Rogers, same congressional seat, former member of the House. Slotkin was in his old seat. Now they're both running for the Senate. And this has been a fascinating race to watch, in part because one of the deepest pocketed crypto super PAC was actually supporting the Democrat in this race, which was pretty rare and earned a lot of frustration from Republicans being like, well, you're not supporting only Republican candidates, and Free Shake PAC's like, no, we're going to back some Democrats who have been cozy to cryptocurrency interests. So they backed Slotkin in Michigan. They also backed Ruben Gallego in the race against Kari Lake in Arizona. I think it's probably too early for that, but that's going to be a really interesting one to watch. Kari Lake tried to make this argument down the stretch that she had the momentum. It's just none of the polls even remotely suggested that was the case. So I don't know. We'll see how the dust settles on that one. Also, we got, speaking of Green Party candidates, Douglas Marsh, Joseph Solis Mullen, the Libertarian candidate, securing each about 6,000. That's a Chat GPT name, I'm pretty sure. But listen, as we've said,
Come up with a candidate's name.
Chat GPT, could you give me out a few very, very random sounding names here to include in our polls?
This sounds electable. Buck Johnson.
All right, we're going to take a look over back at the Commonwealth of Virginia here. For our county leads for the vote. Yeah, this is so interesting. You know what? I'm also going to look at, can I do this? I want to take a look at my home state of New Jersey real quick, get a sense. Vice President Harris has already been called the winner of New Jersey. What counties have we had voting? Ocean County overwhelmingly for Trump. Not a big surprise there. Burlington blue, Camden blue. Here's Essex County. 72% for Harris. Hudson County, New Jersey for Harris. The Northeast. Yeah, you can get a sense. They don't have the total vote numbers yet. And the vote numbers are all over the place. Essex County, 54% of votes counted, overwhelmingly Harris.
Yes.
And then you work your way down south. And of course, out here, Camden, Burlington, these are outside Philadelphia on the other end. Remember, New Jersey is a keg tapped at both ends. That's what Benjamin Franklin called it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a cool phrase, right?
I like
I don't
that.
know. Yeah, just because you got New York out one end, Philly out the other, and not a whole lot of unique identity in between. That's what he said. But to be fair, Benjamin Franklin's son was the colonial governor of New Jersey. So I don't think Benjamin Franklin had like a big soft spot for New Jersey to begin with. You know, listen, what other show on election night is going to give you hot takes like that, okay? Come on. It's none literally correct. There's a reason for that.
Remind whoever is watching to subscribe and just be notified that we do a Thursday show.
Yes, we do a Thursday show. So if you're watching this right now, if you're one of the millions of people tuned into the broadcast, please hit subscribe. Is there a subscribe button for them on these platforms?
It went up from 8 to 1 million in the last few minutes. So
It did. Yes. Oh, now we're oh God, thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. That's what I wanted to hear. Yeah, so on X, Twitch, Rumble, YouTube, Instagram, and LinkedIn, go ahead, hit that subscribe button, get your little notifications on, or just if you know us personally, just text and ask when we're doing the show to go live, so you can make sure we tune in on every Thursday night. What else are we cooking with? I'm just checking to make sure I have a barrage of messages. You're all doing great. Thank you everyone for the kind words. I'll respond to all of your texts later. All right, let's head back to the main map here. What are we doing here? This is New Jersey. I don't want New Jersey. I want the main AP map. Real tight, North Carolina.
51% reporting. Trump has a slight lead.
Let's see here. We're gonna go here to the dun. All right, votes.
I'll actually link in Slack to North Carolina if you want that.
Cool. I'll take a look at that. We're gonna pull up North Carolina here in just a second. Trump and Harris campaigns project confidence over early results. Of course they're gonna do. What are you gonna do? Not project confidence? Oh yeah, everything's breaking our way. One of these campaigns is full of it. The other one actually feels very confident. We don't know exactly which one is which. Virginia, 13 electoral votes, 39% of current vote is the early vote. More than fair, 177 to 99 is our current read on the Associated Press. Battleground states for the Senate, Republican wins. Florida, and we call Florida for President Trump as well. There's also a lot of ballot initiatives, which are really wild here. But we've got, to this point, 34 Senate races tonight. We'll be bringing you updates for. We've got 11 governors races. Gubernatorial. That's the other one. You say Commonwealth, and the other one that makes you feel fancy is gubernatorial. Yeah, gubernatorial. That's another good one. You just you got to sit up when you. Gubernatorial starts with G-U-B. A. Illinois called for Harris.
On CNN, yes.
On CNN. Rhode Island as well called for Harris.
Yep.
11 gubernatorial races, 435 House races, 150 ballot measures, including the big one was Prop 1 here in New York today.
Oh.
That was like the big controversial one. Also, I had all these problems in Queens voting today. I don't know if anyone saw this. There was a lot of people that had issues with the scanners.
Really?
And I had it at 6 a.m. this morning. Oh yeah, big time. So it's and my neighbor described it really well. It's like, when you go to a soda machine and you put a $1 bill in and it's too wrinkled and it spits it back out.
Yeah.
That's what all the scanners were doing in our Queens district. So I got there 5:45, maybe like 5:50, and I didn't leave for almost an hour. And there weren't that many people. We were all standing there. It was 5 scanners. So you fill out your little thing, and then you go put it in the machine. It's 2 sheets of paper, 2 sides. Puts one in and was spitting it right back out. And it was happening for everyone. They shut down 2 of the machines while I was there. And I was like, I have to go to work. I don't know how this is going to play out. And I saw my neighbor later in the day. He's like, oh yeah, I was at PS 199. There was problems at 9 a.m. I was like, dude, that was 3 hours later. There were still problems.
Wow. Yeah.
So the daily news, local news reports here in New York had indicated there was a lot of Queens specifically had issues today with that. Yeah.
How long did it take you to vote?
Almost an hour. And I vote every election day at 6:15. I'm in and out. I never see anyone. Turnout seemed to be higher today, but there was a very clear issue with the scanners. And and one of the and listen, if you're a civil servant, you're in one of these jobs, you're volunteering your time, you're doing amazing work. Thank you to all the amazing people who are volunteering to make sure our elections go smooth. I know it's not their fault, but one of the people was like, "Oh yeah, it's a machine glitch." And I was like, man, with all due respect.
We've never had any technical issues.
Of all the things, please don't say that word on election day. Don't say it in the room. It's like, I don't say the word depression when I'm at the stock exchange for a reason. It's just like a bad omen. Don't say glitch on election day.
Don't do that.
You can do it. I'm like, don't say glitch. Don't say glitch of all things. It's just like, it's a machine mishap. Anyway, I guess they got it straight. City officials have said all the votes received will absolutely be counted regardless of the scanner. But it's just I've never experienced like an election day issue like that. But these things don't do very much to assuage the concerns of the conspiratorial out there.
Do we want to take a look at some counties in North Carolina?
I'd love to see North Carolina right now.
Link sent to you.
All right, we're going to pull up, what's the nickname for North Carolina? Is there a cool nickname? Like the something state, like the nutmeg state. The state of first flight? That sounds right.
Yeah, they call it.
Sounds right.
It's like their license plate.
Big fan of
The state of first flight?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Doesn't Ohio claim to that too?
First flight?
First in flight.
First in flight.
Yep.
Ohio takes claim of land of presidents, I believe.
Wow.
Even though I think there might be one more from Virginia. It's Virginia and Ohio for sure. All right, North Carolina president. Let's head over here. What do we got now? Oh, wow, this is razor tight. This is 50% of the votes are in. And it's almost 50. Oh, no. 51.1 for Trump. 12,000 votes for Jill Stein. 11,000 for Chase Oliver. God, Vice President Harris is sitting there like, God, really? You had to run? You other candidates, you had to run out there, and this is why. So we'll see how the state shakes out for its 16 electoral votes today. This is a good one. This is a really good one. All right, Raleigh County. We look at Charlotte, and then obviously, as is the case with most of these states, your dense city areas tend to vote blue, and then it's just a matter of like, how quickly does it turn red? Is it the next county outside of the city county that turns red, or do you have a couple of a blue buffer? If you get a blue buffer, I feel like that's good for Harris. Right. You want those blue buffers outside the city. Yeah. You're not going to win the whole state.
You're dying to trademark that.
Blue buffer?
Yeah.
I can now. Can we make merch for the show?
Absolutely.
Let's have a segment.
Blue buffer? Yeah, I'd be down
See,
for that.
That's only if we have two Republicans on the show. We like hit pause. All right, time for the blue buffer.
Time for the blue buffer.
Whoa! All right.
Yeah. Let's
Our
watch,
heated debate between
Reich
two
talk about
Republicans.
economics for a moment.
I could do that. That's Gaston County. Taking a look there for North Carolina. Yeah, we're still waiting for a lot of these votes to kind of come in. So what's our headline, our top line look right now? We're still pretty...
I mean,
I'd
it's
say-
it's strong turnout for Trump.
Strong turnout.
And
178 to 99.
Democrats clawing back.
Democrats climb back, you think so?
I mean, the fact that Virginia is possibly up for grabs, I mean, that could be telling to the rest of the electorate.
It's true.
Do the areas that have higher population density take longer to count in general?
Do areas with higher population density? I would assume so, but also not every state's allowed to count all the pre-votes until today. Some have been able to, like Wisconsin, much smoother with it than some other states. God, doesn't this just underscore just how messy all this is? How we don't have one uniform system?
Yeah,
How
why-
election day is not a holiday, and then like we just do 50 different ways to vote?
Why would some states wait to count like the previously submitted, like the early votes?
Because they
Doesn't make
voted on
sense to wait.
legislation, or they voted for people who
It's like
voted
state
for
legislation, right?
What state has one EV? He just put 178 on.
What state has one electoral vote? North Dakota has 3, South Dakota 3, Wyoming has 3. I don't,
Isn't that the smallest
Oh,
state?
it could be Maine or Nebraska.
yes,
Split
that's
votes.
right. I think that's right. 178 to 99. That's our scorecard according to the AP at 9:28 p.m. God, Siraj was right. I forgot how late that 2016 election was called. That was a true genuine middle of the night call.
Oh, dude.
That was 2 to 3
Hillary
a.m.
didn't concede until like 3:30 in the morning. I had to stay in the newsroom until she conceded.
Until that whole thing.
It was such a terrible.
God, remember they both did their parties here in New York? Do you remember that, the election night? Trump was at Trump Tower, and Secretary Clinton was at Jacob Javits Center. They were right across town. They're like 10 blocks from each other. That's where they did their election night. Yeah, oh, yeah. That's like traffic nightmare fuel, big time. NYPD, like of the entire country, you both have to be right here. You both have to do
That's
this.
funny. I was at a bar in New York that had it was kind of a whole deal where it was like all you could drink, pay us a fixed flat fee, and it's like wings and beer for election night, like it was a Super Bowl night. And I remember going. I was in college for 2016.
Yeah.
And it was the craziest, depressing party of all time. But you were drunk, so you were kind of like you had this apocalyptic kind of
Yeah. For sure.
But it was
I remember how somber New York City was the next day. That Wednesday. It was a rainy day.
that was when they canceled classes for people and stuff like that.
They canceled classes for people.
Morning.
Fortunately, I was working in a newsroom. I did not get canceled off of work. It meant more work for me the next day.
That would never happen in the real world. They're like, all right, suck it up.
Yeah, imagine they gave grown-ass adults off of work the next day. I'm so sorry about the election result. You should go ahead and take a day.
We're gonna close the stock market today. There's no money today.
There's no money today. Listen, I actually wonder, I don't know, the markets did really well today. It was really interesting. I didn't expect that much. I expected a lot more choppiness. But tech had a lot of selling last week before coming into election day. And so today was just like really strong gains across the board. S&P was up more than 1%. But tomorrow's going to be really interesting to watch in the markets.
Yeah. Do you remember the morning of the 2020 election and coming out of that? It's just sort of it turned. It was everyone was somber, and I mean in New York at least. Like we were at a network that I think had a lot of staff that leaned liberal, and everyone was very downtrodden and really like because it looked like Trump was going to win.
Right.
And then you give it a few hours, and then you start seeing tick by tick in these counties in places like Georgia and places like Michigan, like the tide is turning. Arizona.
Yep.
And do you think we'll see? Was that just an anomaly, the way that it all came through because of the pandemic, or do you think that we're going to see a similar election counting process take place this time?
As similar to when? To what year? 2016 or 2020?
2020. Or is that just sort of like that's the only time we're really going to get it?
Maybe that late. I feel like there's gonna be a weird like 11 a.m. call tomorrow. It's gonna be my sense. It's like a weird like late morning type of thing. But it's gonna be really interesting though to watch tonight. Do we have this like reversal? Remember last time Trump complained a lot because he's like, oh, we all went to bed and I had the lead, and then we woke up and the votes magically switched type of thing. Like that's gonna be interesting.
Stop the count.
So that's the thing, right? Like I'm on air tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So that's 11 and a half hours. So now's the time where it's like, okay, do I decide I have to go home and get a decent night's sleep for that? Or it's either that or I power through all night. There's no in between. There's no like fall asleep for 90 minutes tonight. It's either I pull an all-nighter or I sleep for 7 hours.
When do you call it?
I think I just did. I'm pulling an all-nighter. I think the decision desk just came back. What? JD's not sleeping until Thursday. It's probably one of those.
Turn off the lights on your way out.
Yeah, but it's just like, I don't know. It's like you get this once every 4 years. Might as well keep it going.
Damn straight.
I had 2 nights in a row of 8 hours sleep. Isn't that amazing?
Dude, congrats.
I like never, thank you.
Yeah.
Is that weird? You gotta say like congrats? I don't know. Do you all, maybe you're all like good sleepers. I'm not.
Doing
Yeah.
a little better now. But,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like 9 a.m. for me.
Feels like 9 a.m. for
I'm getting
you.
My second win.
What time is it in Japan? What was the time difference?
9:30. It's 12 hours. Well, it was 13, and then we just went back an hour. So now it's 12. But
It was 13, now 12 with daylight saving
in
present time.
only here,
1.
yeah, they don't
right.
do it in Japan. So
They don't do it in Japan, right?
very smart.
Are we the only country that does daylight saving? That might be a silly question. I feel like
No,
we're
a lot of
we're
Europe,
not.
But they do theirs like 2 weeks before ours. They switch slightly before
Oh
ours.
man, we just can't keep anything easy.
I know.
Our elections are a mess. Our clocks are a mess.
Japan's sunset was like 4:50 anyway, without them setting the clock back at all. Like when we were there the whole trip, it was 5 p.m. or earlier sunsets.
So you'd be dark at like 5:30.
Oh yeah. Oh,
So
by,
it's like
by
this
5:30
outside.
for sure. You'd be by 5. You'd be pretty much dark. Yeah.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cold?
No, quite warm actually. Unseasonably
warm.
warm, they said.
Unseasonably warm.
Days in the
Very
70s,
nice.
Some 60 days. The 60 days were nice, but some really pouring days. That's when I learned all birds have they're just a sponge. They suck up all the water around them. You could be walking in the mist.
All birds the shoes?
Shoot. You could be walking in the mist.
I can't imagine those are comfortable to walk in the rain in.
They're comfortable
In general, but not in the
In
rain.
general.
Yeah.
They have one that's supposed to be kind of like anti-sticking, like it's
Oh.
supposed to not get that wet. It gets
Yeah, okay, that's what they say.
So it's like 5 extra pounds on my feet.
Yeah, that's
I've
what
got
they
some
say.
blisters. We were at Tokyo Disneyland in the rain, and we were like, well, let's go, whatever. Let's accept our fate. And then it was miserable. I had cement boots on, it felt like. And when I got back to the hotel, I had about an hour of blow drying to do. I was drinking the whole time just to pass the time and watching documentaries on my phone, but I was in the bathroom blow drying my shoes for
I've
about
definitely blow dried a shoe in my day.
and like the other guys had like Nikes that have more of that hard plastic in parts and they're like, oh, I took
Can I
me
get the
5
tab
minutes and I was
switch, Chris?
done. Not me.
What's up?
Well,
Sorry.
I'm really sorry you had to go through that.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm really sorry about that.
I like that you put us in the double.
New York to Paris, CNN.
It's got an interesting text about the Trump trade. Could you pull up the my other feed on Video Ninja?
Oh yeah, I got you.
It's this Bitcoin link.
Sometimes it's the video sources.
Yeah,
But
I
the
know-
two-shot-
I noticed that.
Oh, the 2-shot just basically has room instead of.
Yeah, I just figured.
Yeah,
We're crossing
Whoa.
that field, so.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Yes, exactly.
Is that an all-time high?
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's
Wow.
like well beyond an all-time.
Bitcoin and now at an all-time high. So that this came from This is a text I just got from Jay Woods at Freedom Capital Markets about asking me how the Trump trade plays out. He says, Bitcoin and Trump trade playing to DJT. DJT did have a good day today, but it hasn't been moving much in after hours trading.
We talked about Trump and the crypto vote on an episode a few weeks ago.
Yes, we did.
We did. Let's play that sound. No. Okay, Trump media finished down about 1% today, but Bitcoin here at all-time high, 72,775. And you take a look at here, how it's moved today.
Watch out, boys.
Started this morning at 69 and change. So when you talk about the Trump trade, what components of investable assets move commiserate with support for the former president?
I'd like to see that with
DJT, small caps. Let's pull up. Oh, this is still waffling. 60. How about Kalshi? Down to 65. No one knows what they're doing. No one knows what's going on here.
A similar platform to Polymarket.
Yeah, the difference with Kalshi and Polymarket is Kalshi is for U.S. users.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Polymarket is supposed to be for.
VPN for that one.
Correct. Correct. Yeah.
I wouldn't know anything about that, by the way.
No, I wouldn't think so. No one does. 178.99. That's what we're looking at here. As we hit 936 on the East Coast, the AP's telling me 8 new election updates. Hours have been extended at 9 precincts in eastern Arizona County, according to a judge's orders, following a rocky start to Election Day that included malfunctioning equipment and a lack of printed ballots. These mistakes happen. I understand that. God, this is awful. Meanwhile, bomb threats to polling places at schools in neighboring Navajo County prompted some to close momentarily and one to evacuate and send students home for the day. Also, we had threats in Georgia earlier today, 2 polling places.
Allegedly from Russia.
Okay, and we also had this thing at the U.S. Capitol today. Did anyone see this?
Yeah, that single person with the torch?
We're gonna pull this up. Here we go. This is from the U.S. Capitol Police today. Our officers arrested a man who was stopped during our screening process at Capitol Visitor Center. The man smelled like fuel, had a torch and a flare gun. This is this afternoon. This is the United States Capitol. Visitor Center closed for tours for the day while we investigate. We'll provide more information when we can. God, that is so scary.
I think it's weird that they have tours of the Capitol on Election Day.
Yeah. It's probably my gut is like, it's an empty day. Members of Congress aren't there. So it's probably not a bad day to have people in. Like, I actually kind of get the reason to do it, but not obviously if you think you're inviting problems. Like, I have no idea how this thing plays out. This is it. Yeah. Our investigators tracked the suspect's previous movements and located his vehicle at 9th and Maryland Northeast, which was just cleared. And then they briefed the press at 3 o'clock.
He was just trying to do some welding.
I guess. I don't know. It's just a terrible situation.
Maybe
and obviously
like the British torch, it's just a flashlight.
So let's see this first. No, we don't have that New York information just yet. No surprises, polls close. Eyes turn to the eastern battlegrounds. Okay, we await more information out of Pennsylvania. That's all we want. We just want Pennsylvania. The whole thing comes down to Pennsylvania. Donald Trump wins the 3rd congressional district in Nebraska and 1 electoral vote. We had that from a question earlier, so there's the context there. A decision desk update on Pennsylvania. Harris is leading with about 1/5 of the estimated votes, counted a little more than an hour after polls closed. The earliest results included mailed ballots, which have historically favored Democratic candidates, but the gap is narrowing as expected, with Election Day votes from across the state being added. We also have President Biden congratulating several Democrats on their key victories. He has called Lisa Blunt Rochester won a U.S. Senate seat in Delaware, and Matt Meyer, elected governor of Delaware. He also called the outgoing governor John Carney, who was elected mayor of Wilmington. Andy Kim winning the Senate race in my home state of New Jersey, and Josh Stein, we brought you that update earlier on the broadcast, the next governor of North Carolina. Not to needlessly sow the concerns of like election security, but this is an important AP story. Chinese accounts boost Russian election disinformation. Bless you. Aimed to reduce trust in the U.S. election. Investigators identified several videos linked to Russia that made false claims about voting. Some of the videos mimicked legitimate U.S. news outlets and featured fake audio clips of law enforcement officials supposedly acknowledging widespread voter fraud. God, how do we ever restore? This is like a question for Thursday's show. I don't know why I'm asking, but like, how are we ever gonna like get this train back on the tracks?
What, as far as voter fraud?
Just like general trust in elections. Like I feel like we're shot. How are we not cooked after this?
It does feel like
Half the
toothpaste is out of the tube.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
Half the country is convinced that the only way Trump loses this election is if it's stolen from him. What are we doing
We'll
here?
have to see if it goes away when Trump is not the GOP candidate.
And then what is happening? I'm still just like, how is this real life? You know that insurance commercial with the ladies and like, that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. That's not how this works. Like that's, I
I thought you were going for David Goes to the Dentist. Is this real life?
Is this real life? Yes, no, true. David Goes to the Dentist also fits in for national electoral politics. There's no doubt.
You
All right,
see
let's
that? You
see
see
this
like
presidential cycle.
countries overseas, like even third world countries. That's the first kind of pillar that falls is the electoral process.
Yes,
If they feel like
for sure.
their election was rigged, then things go sideways. So it's actually it's crucial. There's no faith there. I mean, I don't know what the country can do to restore that faith. I think it might be beyond repair, but that's a really important thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Obviously,
Do we have a SOT or anything we could toss to for like a minute or two?
we don't, but we can go to
Yeah,
the
you're
BRB
back.
screen.
You go to a BRB screen? All right, we're gonna take a quick break for I don't know, a minute. And we'll be right back after this.
All right, 60 seconds starting. 59.
Perfect.
58.
Okay, can we get other guests? Can we get anyone else we have?
Sure.
Had we planned anyone?
Yeah,
I'm
no,
gonna
we don't
text
have anyone
Aiden.
planned, but we can.
If you need any thoughts, I can once Stan gets back. Let me Okay, cool. I changed. Now I'm going to drink
How's it going? How's it going? Welcome back. Welcome back. JD Durkin is just he just needed to have a moment at the keg stand, just to yeah, he's currently upside down. But I really wanted to draw some attention to this poly market data that we're seeing right now. This is just over the last hour, so you can see where this number is trending. 74.5% an hour ago. This was 8:52. 74.5% for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris, 26.3. Of course, you have to take this data with a grain of salt. These are a lot of like white dudes with crypto. Okay, so obviously they lean a little bit more towards Trump. And then you see those stats going up. Trump, 79.6% now on Polymarket. So this data is quite surprising. Harris down to 20% odds with the presidential election winner. I also wanted to draw attention to this little tab up here. Read the rules. Presidential market resolves when the AP, Fox, and NBC all call the election. But there's a separate betting pool for who is going to be inaugurated. So by inauguration date, that is an entirely different bet than this one that we're seeing right here. So let's take a look at that. We can pull up this screen. Stand by. Sharing this tab, which will be all white for a second. Apologies. Who will be inaugurated as president? 74.5% for Trump, 21.9% for Harris. And check this out. Other, 3.9%. There's 4% of the money is going to the direction of neither Trump nor Harris will be inaugurated on by January 20th. I don't know when the actual date is. I don't know if it's January 6th again, but well, I'm pretty sure it is. But yeah, that is there's $5 million you can see here. This is where they keep the volume. $5 million on this. So really fascinating, and the idea that, I mean, let's be honest. There have been 2 attempts on former President Trump's life. There have been multiple court cases and a conviction. So there could be a number of circumstances where he may not actually take office. That's obviously highly unlikely. But it's worth noting that $1.2 million has been dedicated to the 4% chance that neither Harris nor Trump are going to be inaugurated come January 2025. I'm going to look at some AP data soon. Let's pull something up. What do we got?
Taylor, I have a question.
Yeah, shoot.
The data that you're showing right now, is that just from today, or is this, like, what's the time frame?
The time frame was the last hour, what you're seeing here. So this is important change, but 6 hours, if you break it out to 6 hours, this is where Trump was not too long ago. 59% starting before the polls started closing at 7 p.m. So you're talking, thank you, Lisa, for the question in the audience, 60% for Trump. That has skyrocketed to 80.6%. And Polymarket has been closely followed. It's been followed by CEO of Tesla, Elon Musk, very outspoken on X. He has been targeting 69.420 just because he's pretty much a teenager. And it is far above that for Trump. I know right now Trump has 162 electoral votes to Harris's 81, but that's CNN. We've been going off of AP in their election results. So I'm just going to go back to those results in a moment here, just so we can kind of do a little refresher on where we stand with the Electoral College. Stand by while I do that. And just a shout out to, who do I got there? Dan, my technical director, and he's crushing it as usual. Fresh off the boat from Japan. He had a really nice time there, and he is absolutely bringing it. The what?
The flying boat, rather.
The flying boat. And he's just pushing 10. Just pushing 10 over there. We'll share this tab. We have the Oh, we got a great comment from Taylor Craig from his CNBC photo. Brilliant, that man. Presidential election odds. Results. We got 188 electoral votes to Donald J. Trump. We have 99 to Kamala Harris. You can see the geographical divide when you look at this map. You know that Trump was going to have a stronghold in the South. We have a lot of Floridians in here. All of us have personally experienced how Florida is now a red state. It used to be purple. There had been times where there had been discussions and flirtations of it turning blue. It is now officially a strong red state. You can go county by county. Miami-Dade County, as we were checking earlier, has turned red. There are a lot of, and it's worth stating, people might wonder why. Why, there's discussions about Miami-Dade's historical voting patterns and how it's gone Democratic. In recent years, it can't be overstated. Dan, you're from Miami. You know this too. There's a big Cuban population in Miami. And when you talk to Cubans, the biggest thing that they always talk about politically is their fear of socialism and how they fled that. So whether true or not, Republicans going to bat and constantly saying that socialism is coming down the pike and that Democrats are bringing it to your doorstep, that scares people in Miami-Dade County and those Cubans that have been morally just detesting to socialism. So that's, I think, a little bit of an undercurrent with what we're seeing in that those constituents down there.
It's funny because that's usually an older vote, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, they've always been in Miami. Their kids probably vote blue, but I know those people. But it's crazy that they came out in the quantity that they did to have that was a big number, right? I mean, it was only 94%, so the exact numbers will roll in or something. But when we were looking at it earlier, it was like 51 to 47 or something like that.
I think maybe Cubans our age might vote blue, but I think this younger generation might be leaning red.
Really? Back red again?
People are listening to their
I
grandmas.
guess I think of us as the youngest generation.
Yeah.
I'm deluding myself. But there are voters.
You're not the younger generation, man. I'm sorry. Here's the whole spread that AP has on the states that have been called. You can see the red and blue check marks to the left of them. Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, all in the South. Also, Indiana, obviously, in the Midwest. You got Vermont called for Harris. Minor 3 electoral votes, I think. North Carolina, and obviously see Ohio, West Virginia, Alabama, and the list goes on. North Carolina, let's focus on this a little bit. I'm really fascinated with the votes coming in here. We have 66% of the votes counted. Trump, 1.9 million. He is 52% over Kamala Harris and her 47%. Let's see if we can go county by county and see who's reporting. Now, a little bit concerning with the Democrats here is Raleigh is 74% reporting. I hope you can see that. Let me zoom in maybe a little bit. Maybe that can help. There we go. That's kind of a mess, but there we go. So you see that in Wake County, where Raleigh is, heavily populated area, heavily liberal area. Those votes have been counted, 74% of them, obviously 63% going Harris's way, but the concern is those uncounted votes. There's only 26% remaining in that county, so there isn't much more ground to make up there. You look in Charlotte, obviously another heavily populated city. Dense population usually means liberal leanings. Charlotte, North Carolina, 61% for Harris. Only 20% of the votes counted, so there's definitely room to grow here for the Democrats, even though Raleigh seems to be pretty much tabulated. I'm going to just zoom out a little bit further here. We're looking at 52%, and I think we have, and CNN, just for the record, has called Utah and Montana for Trump, even more electoral votes. CNN, people are watching that a lot, and there are some criticisms coming in with how quickly they're calling these Trump states. But to be fair, all of these states were predicted to go in the Trump column, so it's not really off base to be calling them. But AP is what we're following here, and they also have Trump at 198 electoral votes. It might have been an update right there. So let's get back to let's get back to the national results. Stand by. Apologies for the crazy screen.
We have a comment incidentally about strategies for voting.
Vote by 900 number works for American Idol. No one questions that. I mean, I remember. I was a Ruben Studdard guy, so I think that there's a lot to voting by
Not a
phone.
Clay Aiken guy?
Not a Clay Aiken guy. Ruben Studdard. He just really had the vocal depth that you wanted. MJS 8780. Don't know what your real name is. I'm sure it's not that, but really appreciate the comment. But vote by 900 number. I mean, yeah, we certainly couldn't get we certainly couldn't get Jared. We certainly couldn't get voter ID solidified if we did a vote by 900 number. But we did have a guest on, Bradley Tusk. He just wrote a new book talking about vote with your phone, and it's his belief that voting with your phone can save democracy. So definitely, if you're really interested in that topic and actually just the way we vote in that entire process, check out Bradley Tusk and his book. He is a very appreciated guest. Every Thursday night, Common Threads is live. We are on X, Twitch, Rumble, YouTube. We go vertically on Instagram. We also on JD Durkin, who is the usual host of the show. He broadcasts on his LinkedIn account. So tune in, get in the chat. If you're watching right now, I want you to send in a question. We're gonna respond to it right away, and I really want to understand exactly what your questions are with our coverage here, and exactly what CNN's calling, what ABC is calling, what AP is calling, NBC. We're looking at a lot of different sources here, and we want to try to get the best. Of course, Jared, thank you for commenting. And if you have any other questions, please, or even just insults about me. If you're like, this is a bald head, there's a lot of material that you can go off of.
Jared's a Bruins fan. So.
Oh, Jared's a Bruins fan. All right, we'll take it easy on you.
Loser!
Speaking of Massachusetts, another state that was called for Harris, 11 electoral votes, 62%. Early projection, only 23% of the votes have been counted there. But Harris, obviously, that was a stronghold. The Northeast, just look at the Northeast, dominated by Harris. It's all very early. California is going Democratic. What do we got there? What is that? 54 this year, electoral votes that can go in the blue column, but it cannot be overlooked that Virginia. Let's go into Virginia because
Virginia, look, it looks like Trump has a really strong hold there right now, but
Yeah.
if you look at Richmond only has 17% reporting right now, and Kamala is ahead in Richmond 77 to 19% right now.
Good call.
Norfolk, 62%. 62% reporting, 70% going for Kamala right now. Fairfax County, it is 62% reporting right now, 66% for Kamala. So most of the actual cities are heavily favoring Kamala right now and are not fully reporting.
Yeah, underreporting, with those polling locations that they're slow to count these votes. A lot are rolling in. So when you talk percentage-wise, they're really slow to getting those out there and actually getting them tabulated. But yes, to Chris's point, Richmond, all these little cities in Virginia that are not fully accounting for everything yet. That's definitely something that we cannot overlook. Fairfax, to Chris's point, 62% of the votes are counted. 2/3 going to Kamala Harris. 2.3% going to other candidates. We got some wild folks over there in Prince William County, another heavily favored Democratic stronghold. 56% there up in Loudoun County. I know I butchered that. I'm not even gonna try again. Hanover County, 68% of the votes. That's where we're seeing, look at these rural areas. Trump, as expected, cleaning up in these spaces. And then, it's all about those cities and the Democrats there showing up to vote, and voter turnout is very important.
Another one.
Alexandria.
Right now, 31% reporting, but 72% in favor of Kamala.
That's very important. Alexandria, obviously a very democratically favored area. What county is that, by the way?
It on AP is just a city, Alexandria the city, but
Okay.
I would assume it's part of Fairfax County.
I see Richmond. I see Charlottesville. I see Norfolk.
Norfolk.
They have a very large African American population there, which obviously plays a role in voting. And 62% of the votes have been counted. 70% coming out of Norfolk. We have 41,000 votes in favor of Kamala there.
It's not a county. It is a city. It is independent from a county. So they report differently.
Oh, that's funny. We had a comment that I wanted to get to real quick from our friend Jared. Serious topic. Why does AP seem to be more confident in their calls for Harris versus the networks? Are they crafting a comeback narrative, leaving it open to drive blue voting on the West Coast? Leaving it open to drive blue voting on the West Coast. There is these individual stations. I worked at Fox for a long time. I worked at Cheddar and I worked at CNBC. I was only around for elections from the latter two. Fox has its own room where there are mathematicians. These are election watchers, and that's what they do. They are scientists, and there is no Bill O'Reilly. I know that's an old name. Nobody's going in there and rattling cages and trying to get these votes back and trying to project calls and try to push them a certain way. When you see other networks, they operate in the same way. They have an election team and they are in a glass room like Succession. No Tom Wamsgams. How do you say his last name? How do you say that? Wamsgams? Something like that.
We need Andrew.
Yeah. But yeah, we don't experience that. So AP, everyone just has their own strategy and they have their own way of tabulating. And as our host that just left the room, and he'll be back in a bit, noted, they all have their exit polling strategies that are very unique and very, just almost proprietary at some point. So yes, they all just have different approaches. I don't think there's a conspiracy going on. AP.
Important to note, AP is a not-for-profit organization, unlike Fox and CNN and MSNBC.
AP is generally considered to be the industry standard for voting. So if you're not one of these major networks like a NBC or this or that, 21st Amendment Lager in San Francisco, cheers to USA. We got a PBR going here. All right, PBR, and then we got the Common Threads. Let's see if we can get a little shot here. Common Threads. Look at that shot glass. You think if we sold this that we'd make any money? I would love that. But yeah, basically anyone that's not a major network relies on the AP. Every local news station, every startup that's doing news, everyone relies on the AP. And guess what? We're a startup and we're doing news and we rely on the AP. So that's the best we got. But Jared, thanks for the question. I do not think that there's any sort of malfeasance going on or any sort of misleading intentionally that anyone is trying to do. Everyone is just doing their best at these individual networks, and maybe I'm a bit naive to think that, but in my experience, that's actually the case.
AP just called Colorado for Harris.
Colorado goes to Harris. So let's get a look at that. We're still on a different state, but I can select a state here. So let's just go to Colorado. And Harris has been selected the winner by the Associated Press, who we trust. By a wide margin. Of course, 48% of the votes are counted, but that is just a stronghold for Democrats. Let me zoom out a little bit more so you can see 10 electoral votes. Kamala Harris, AP called it, 10:08, 2 minutes ago. The beautiful Courtney calling it out, making sure it gets on the stream in a prompt way. Thank you. And she just cooked an amazing dinner last night. That's off topic. But anyway, she made me buffalo chicken sandwiches.
Ooh.
Yeah. So, yeah, I had to deal with a tennis supervisor that was a bit overbearing. So, and then my softball team had drama. So it was a tough day for me. It was really tough. It's a tough day for a lot of people. Everyone is a bit nervous. Looks like I picked the wrong election cycle to quit drinking. Same, except I didn't quit. I quit like 5 minutes ago. I haven't had a sip in 5 minutes. But I don't know. I think I'll be resuming in a bit.
scheme going right now.
By the way, my mic's kind of low. You got my levels fine. Everything looks okay. I'm not going too loud or anything. Okay, good.
You sound great.
All right, Jared, love the comments. Keep them coming. All right. If you're our only commenter, you're going to be up like the entire show. Okay. So like, we're just going to keep going to you. Really appreciate you. But we got Colorado here, 10 electoral votes. And it looks like, yeah, in Iowa, as expected, is leaning Trump. But yeah, Colorado, Kamala Harris picks that up. Let's go back to the overall map here. We have 109 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. We got 198 for Donald Trump. Let's look at the popular vote. Actually, Trump is well ahead of Kamala Harris there. 52% of the vote. I'll zoom in a little bit there in case you can't see it. Wow, that was just a mess. 42 million votes going to Donald Trump, 52.5% of the popular vote. If you go over to your left side, where Kamala Harris resides, 36.9 million votes. Make it 37 million votes, 46.3% of the popular vote. We've talked about it throughout this broadcast. There is going to be a lot of votes that come in late that are Democrat. We have a lot of states that have not yet reported. You're looking at this map here. Let's stand by. Look at this. We got Washington. We got California. These states go very heavily Democratic, but I got to tell you, at a certain point, you start running out of states. Look at all this red on the screen. You got, I mean, right through the gutting of America, you got Kansas, Colorado is this little stronghold. It looks like Arizona actually flipped a little bit Democrat here. Yeah, I don't know if we got new numbers on that. I'm just going to take a look at Arizona because I just saw that yeah, it turned slightly blue, and oh my God, can you ask for a more neck-and-neck race? With half of the votes counted, 11 electoral votes, Kamala Harris has a 0.9% lead over Trump. Look at this. This is separated by 16,000 votes less. 15,500 votes are separating Harris and Trump in Arizona. That's 11 electoral votes. You'll remember in 2020, this was very contentious. Trump argued with people like Carrie Lake yelling as well alongside him that he deserved Arizona, that he was robbed in Arizona. There has been Republicans in that state that have been vehemently denying that 2020 Arizona went to Biden. So this looks to be like it's another controversial state. We'll see how it comes in. We should go to the counties before we jump to any conclusions, but let's look. Maricopa County, of course, very important, very big. And you'll notice compared to other states, a lot less counties in Arizona. So look at the Phoenix County, Maricopa, 50, and it's pretty much an even split. 50.7% going to Harris. You got 48.5% going to Trump. Other candidates ain't getting a lick. You got Pima County down here. That's where Tucson is. Harris getting a lot of that. You know, in a way, we're seeing a bit different. It's a bit different here than what we're seeing in a lot of other states where Democrat counties are reporting slower. But I think a lot of the Republican rural counties over here, Yuma, they are going to be a little bit slower than the Democratic counties. So let's just keep an eye on this. It could be going red. I like to go to 270 to win. It's a great resource if you really kind of want to track the Electoral College and exactly what's going on. We got a CNN projection. I know we're going with AP, but it's also worth just giving you this context. We already called Colorado, but now they're calling Colorado. If you're tuning in now, you're getting stuff way ahead of what CNN is projecting. Mississippi, 6 electoral votes going to Trump. No surprises there. The only surprise tonight is that there hasn't been any surprises yet. Everything is going as according to plan to all the pollsters, that all the people that these guys hire. Was Iowa expecting Trump after? Was Iowa expected to go Trump after the Seltzer poll? I got to pull up that Seltzer poll. Let me see it. If anybody has that handy, send it along. But let's see. Trump in Iowa, Seltzer poll. I'm curious about what happened there. You can share my screen here if you want. Outlier poll showing Harris winning in Iowa could spell trouble for Trump. This was something that happened 2 days ago. Former President Donald Trump lost his lead over VP, solidly red. See, the thing about the Iowa poll, 808 likely voters. Some different networks have standards, and one of my standards is under 1,000 voters. I don't really give much credit to these polls, but let's just look at it anyway, just for the sake of the argument. Late Saturday it was released, and that was conducted right before Halloween. 47 to 44% in the state, and of course Iowa was expected to go Trump's way. Why don't we take a look at Iowa now? Where does it stand? Stand by. Here we go. We're back to this AP screen, and if you want to use this, apnews.com/projects/election results 24. So we're going to go to Iowa. Let's check that out.
But Dan, you can take.
Have they even reported any yet? Okay, we got 36% of votes counted. Harris is in the conversation, but Trump seems to have a pretty commanding lead here with the roughly 670,000 votes that have already been counted. Looking at Des Moines, I'm surprised it's actually not more heavily in favor of Kamala Harris. Des Moines, Iowa, that's their biggest city, and only 55% of it is leaning liberal and going with Harris, and we got 90% reporting in that county. So I don't know if there's much ground that Harris can make up at this point. So Iowa could be going the way. I'm not making a projection here. I'm just saying based on the numbers, it doesn't look like Trump is going to lose Iowa to Harris, considering her most liberal state is not even flirting with 60% there. We had a comment there. I just wanted to pull that back up. And somebody else is watching. They saying, what time do you think we will know who wins for sure? I feel like it'll be tomorrow morning. I think that's probably not too off base. I could see tomorrow morning absolutely working. It's just, you get all these late states, all these late counties. Like, for example, our next polls close in 42 minutes, and we're going to be with you that whole entire time. I don't care if everyone leaves me. I'm just going to sit here and just talk. No, but I really think by tomorrow morning, we'll have an idea of who the president is going to be. This is a little bit different than 2020 and all the extra counting and all the slow counting and restrictions that were put on that way. And when it's called, we still have to wait for the one who did not win to concede. I would pay good money to hear the phone conversations between Trump and Harris once one of them decides to concede to the other before those speeches actually take place. That's always a wild call.
Michigan's leaning Harris right now.
We got some interesting things going on in Michigan. Let's pull that up. All right, so we got Michigan here, 15 electoral votes. Harris has a slight lead over Trump there with 20% of the votes counted. Of course, that's a small sum so far reported, but it's definitely worth noting out of the more than 1 million votes that have been counted, Harris. And you can see this lead. This is a neck and neck race in Michigan. Michigan is going to be huge. That's 15 electoral votes. Let's pull up our map, our handy dandy 270 to win. It's not a notebook. It's not a handy dandy notebook. Do you mind if we show the room for a minute while I get this up? Just, everyone's here watching the stream. We got these absolute pros. Chris, Lisa, Courtney, otherwise known as Baby. We got Dan over here at the desk. Oh, you can see my nice orange shoes on this shot. But yeah, we got our crew here, and we broadcast every Thursday. So please tune in if you like this content, you like this energy, and you like this nonpartisan look at politics and us being able to actually move forward after all of the chaos of this election ensues. But anyway, we're here, we're in the moment. We're going to continue reporting on everything going on here. Will we wait a week for Utah to count again like last time? Yep, exactly. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're just going to sit here and they're just going to torture us. Wow, 270towin.com is really struggling to load for me. It's almost like it's getting overwhelmed. Everyone's so interesting. A lot of the long lines that we have seen, at least on MSNBC, have been on college campuses. Young voters also usually don't show up in polls. Is the 18 to 24 vote possibly being underestimated in projections? That's an interesting theory. I know that we have seen a lot of videos of those long lines. I'm gonna actually pull up a couple just so we have a little bit of context here. But yeah, I mean, people, college voters show up and they show up late. You know, they roll out of bed. They just had like 17 cans of Truly laying next to them and a few regrets. But
College voters a lot also they don't vote where they live at their campus.
Yeah.
They vote at home. They still have
Yeah.
permanent residence at home. Maybe they're absentee ballot voting, or maybe they're not
And
voting at all because it's too much work to get home for it.
and a lot of them are stupid too. Like
Yeah.
a lot of them forget where they're supposed to vote and like how voting works.
And they've never
Maybe
done it before.
maybe they've never done it before.
Stupid's not the right word if you're not
Uninformed,
familiar with.
uneducated.
If you're not familiar with the
College
process,
students
it's
famously
more
uneducated.
difficult.
Right. Okay.
It's like one of those
Right,
things
right,
they don't
right.
teach you in school, just like how they don't teach you, how
How to
to
do your
do.
taxes.
Just a little intellectually and informationally challenged, we'll say. They definitely are not showing up at 6 a.m. as our anchor JD Durkin proudly does. He shows up at 6 a.m. He's like, "Here, take my vote." They're rolling out of bed. They're realizing they get a call from their mom, like, "Hey, did you frickin' vote yet?" And then they run out to the polls and they do it. Obviously, we get these young people and they're also very excited to vote for Harris. And there's a lot of fear about Trump taking office. So yeah, I mean, this could be something that's a little bit underrepresented, and also these votes could be counted at a slower pace. Yeah, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to be right back, and we'll be diving into a lot more of this electoral map because things are extremely interesting right now. Dan, can we do the BRB?
Folks, welcome back to the show. I've been busy catching strays from the from the gallery just out here, launching headshots at JD. My God, I'm out there. I'm working hard. People are like, JD's just chilling. I'm out there. So it's, yeah, can I have 3 beers, please? Actually, I do need a new beer. Okay, I'll take a shot. I mean, why not? It's 10:35 local. Welcome back to the show. Can we get a huge round of applause from the studio audience for Taylor Craig doing a great job here? Yes. Folks, I'm out of a job. Taylor did great. He'll be hosting the show starting Thursday. Thanks, Chris. All right, so here's where we stand. So we want to give you more of a complete update because obviously we've been giving you the numbers. Wait a minute. You know what? I don't have the video thing. Dan, let's go for it. I mean, I don't know if I need it. What do you want to say? I was going to pull up the AP. We got Donald Trump right now, 198. Kamala Harris, the vice president, at 112. For a lot of you out there, they're probably jumping between channels. We got Christmas time with Mariah Carey because in case any of this stresses you out, don't worry. Don't worry because it is that time. I do love like Mariah Carey, the commercials around Halloween every year. And the like the November 1st, like when the clock turns and it's just like full Mariah Carey season. I give her credit for that.
Her wax figure?
Oh, is it good or bad?
Like her
Oh, it looks just like her. Her wax figure?
image,
Oh, okay,
yeah,
good.
Of Christmas Mariah Carey.
So it's not like the Dwayne Wade statue.
No.
Okay, good.
Can I bring up your?
Oh, dude, let's do it. Are we going Slack?
Yeah.
Stand by.
Just sent it to live.
Chris, come on in. Say hi.
Oh, he sent it to the live turn show.
Am I clicking this guy right here?
We can't see
yeah.
her face.
Got the password. Join room with
Screen
camera.
share.
Screen share.
Yeah. Select screen to share,
Hell yeah, brother.
and then pick your tab.
Pick your tab of. Oh,
Pick a
God.
tab, any
Dude,
tab.
I got a million tabs open.
Just pick one and then go to it and change it. Yeah, there you go.
All right, here we go. Well, that's you. I'm watching the YouTube feed on my computer. All right, so here's a look at the poly market odds. Obviously, Donald Trump out there commanding lead, at least as that's pertained. But I want to take a look over at the AP race. There we go. This is the main odds we've been giving you. Now, in case you've been channel surfing, you're watching this outlet, that outlet, you see the numbers don't exactly match up. There are different criteria for the various decision desks. We've been following along with the Associated Press to give you a little bit of an update here in the last few minutes. Former President Donald Trump seeking to become the second person in American history to serve 2 non-consecutive terms behind the Resolute desk at 198. Vice President Kamala Harris looking to make history of her own right now at 112. Looks like the AP has awarded most of the Northeast to Harris. No big surprise here, but new updates. What was added? Utah, Missouri, recently went to Trump's column. Oklahoma. He sealed off Montana. I don't know if we have an update in the Montana Senate race. I'd have to imagine Tester has been called not the winner in that race, but we'll pull that up and we'll take a look. I also want to take a look over here. We're going to switch over here. This is the, can I go to the CNN page? Because the numbers are a little different. They just kind of tell a little bit of a different story. Does that work? There we go. 195 to Vice President Harris's 91. Obviously, if you're sitting there, you got California is, I think, 54 electoral votes now in California. That's obviously going to go for Harris. She looks to win a bunch of these Northeast states here as well. So if you're sitting there as a Harris supporter, you're wondering why are the numbers so bad? Tends to do very well west of the Rockies. So those votes still to come. And then these other votes here, at least according to CNN, 58% of the vote in Pennsylvania. It's a pretty narrow lead, narrow-ish for Trump. God, look at all these other votes, though. 19,000 for the Libertarian candidate. Jill Stein, the Green Party, taking home almost 19,000 votes. You're sitting there. These come down to, this is a game of inches. Remember, 2016, the margin of difference between Clinton and Trump in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin was 77,000 voters. That's what fits into a football stadium over 3 states. That's the margin that decided the 2 presidential candidates in those 3 states. Interesting to watch. Wisconsin right now tip a little bit, according to CNN, in Trump's favor. Same for Pennsylvania. Michigan, however, they're siding right now with the Harris campaign. I guess a similar story here for NBC, which has it at 210 to 191. Is that going to work if I do that? Yep, there we go. Which looks like a similar state allotment right now. But we're obviously still too early to call for the 7 key battleground states. They also haven't called Jersey here yet for Harris. So the different decision desks, a little all over the place. But of course, as a reminder, the only reminder you really need all night. The big 7 we're following: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. That's what we're waiting for. That's the ball game. Taylor, when you were in the hot seat, what was your favorite thing you talked about or you discovered? Because when you're out here, you're discovering a lot live. You're like, shit, I got to fill some minutes here.
Yeah. What was I looking at? I think it was Arizona.
Specific county.
Yeah, in Arizona, I just realized also that there's so few counties in Arizona, and they all kind of like report as blocks. And yeah, it was neck and neck when I checked on it about 20 minutes ago, and I know that was just so contentious in the 2020 election, and that like the Trump camp thought they were absolutely robbed, with people like Carrie Lake saying that it was an absolute scam.
Of course.
So I think not only just from the electoral votes, but
Yeah.
also the possible storylines that could come from it.
Huge, big ones there.
Could be problematic.
I want to look. Do we have how much information do we have on that Arizona Senate race? I've been fascinated with that
Well, I
one.
got that Montana one you're asking for.
You got the Montana. We have the.
If you go to Live During the Show, you have the latest link there, and you can click on that and scroll down, and you'll see the results so far. Only a little bit. Keep scrolling all the way.
Yeah, we got a sense here. I don't really know how to read this. We got a lot of blanks on the screen. We got lots of zeros here in Montana.
It's very
Second race is
Keep
right
scrolling
now
down.
going Democrat with 50% reported.
Top issues in Montana.
Now go under.
We're going lower.
No.
You're
Right
looking for
where you
the-
were, right? Montana races.
Yeah,
Keep
right
going
there,
down,
right
down.
there.
They're gonna click U.S. Senate.
Click U.S. Senate. Da 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 da. Yeah, John Tester's losing. Not a big surprise. We had expected that. 4% of the votes count only, though, and the Democratic incumbent, for all these seats. It's the tricky thing. And I mean, this sounds elementary to some people, but I think it's worth remembering. For every election cycle like this, it's not every member of the Senate who's up for re-election. It's only 1/3 of the Senate. But obviously, with 100 senators, 1/3 doesn't break down easily. So every 6 years, you've got 34 races instead of 33. This is a 34 race year. Democrats playing defense on 23 of the 34 races. That's just like it's just a math thing. It's just how could you predict that that's where you were going to be? But that's where we are for these Senate races right now. So in terms of like the races that had been most thought that Democrats would lose ground, could not compete, would probably lose re-election, given the state, given the demographic, given the Trump factor, John Tester in Montana, by all accounts, a very popular Democratic senator, but obviously, nope, not that way. That way, voters in Montana, no big surprise, has something else in mind here. But again, that's still pretty early on, so we're going to take a look and see.
You got Arizona as well.
I would love to see Arizona. I would love to see these Arizona numbers right now.
Senate specifically.
Arizona Senate.
Right now, 49% of votes counted. It is going to the Democratic candidate by over 100,000 votes right now.
Over 100,000 votes to Ruben Gallego. He is the longtime House Democrat who's running against Carrie Lake. She has, by all accounts, for the better part of the last 5-6 years, aligned herself with the Make America Great Again agenda, but ran into a lot of her own issues in her own home state right now. And Carrie Lake had been saying down the stretch, we got the momentum, paid no attention to the polls, don't know if that's exactly how things are going to play out. But with almost half of the vote there, that's a must-watch state. But Arizona and Nevada are going to be these two states where even if we get a lot of information in the next half hour, like these still may not be called for several days. And that could be true for the Senate.
As far as the president is concerned in Arizona, with the same amount reporting, the difference is less than 1,000 votes. It is 49.6 for both Trump and Harris, despite Carrie Lake losing by over 100,000 right now.
Oh, let's see. Do I have this up? I want to see the presidency in Arizona. Let's take a look. Arizona Senate. Yeah, this is neck and neck. Who do you think is more nervous right now? Are Democrats more nervous nationwide? Democrats are more nervous nationwide right now. That's it? Yeah.
Absolutely.
I was wondering. Based on my family text, because I come from a big Trump family, but I do have some liberals in my family. It's the Trump family members that seem to be much more chatty in the group texts. So that, I guess, anecdotally speaking.
Right.
And it's like my diehard liberal family members I haven't heard from in hours. So I'm like, have they gone to bed? Is their phone on Do Not Disturb? I don't. Are they screaming into their pillows right now? I don't know.
They're waiting it out. They're just waiting until they can have all those pro-Trump comments that they can come back and be like, "Fucking told you."
Told you. They might have to wait a while.
Yeah.
Arizona. What does it say for CNN? Oh wow, yeah, that is razor thin. Donald Trump right now.
Check it out.
1,046 votes ahead. That's it.
Woo!
Wisconsin has a narrow margin of 4,405 in Trump's favor. Of course, 10 electoral votes there in the Badger State. Did I make that up? Is it called the Badger State, Wisconsin? Yeah. If it's not, it should be. It should be, right? Should be. If it's not, we can brand it here. I think it's called the Badger State. Pennsylvania, 121,716 the Commonwealth, correct. What's the percentage of the votes that are in? 61%.
61%. And
For Pennsylvania.
Philadelphia specifically, Philadelphia County is only at 56% of votes counted for Pennsylvania.
For Pennsylvania overall. So that that's the
And Kamala is leading at 77% to 21% in Philadelphia.
in Philadelphia County. The challenge, I think, for a lot of these campaigns, like if you're Harris, what's going on up here? I think the challenge for Harris is to, do you go into a race like this and you try and expand your map, you try and expand the electorate, you go into places like a Delaware County or a Northampton County, or do you try and run up the score in Allegheny County and Philadelphia and just be like, we don't need to make a play for these other counties. We just try and turn out the vote as much as we can and where we know we've got support. I guess it's a little bit of both. In particular, Harris just did her event on the Rocky Steps yesterday. I think that was yesterday.
Yeah.
All the days blend together last night. So obviously very important for her campaign, Philadelphia.
Well, and I know that they've been doing a lot of on-the-ground canvassing.
For sure.
A lot of Kamala's ground game has been exceptional.
Mm-hmm.
This is just,
That's what they say.
But I haven't been there for any of it. No Kamala canvassing has knocked on my door.
Have you ever been polled?
No.
I've never met a human being who's been polled.
Same.
Been doing this for a decade.
Just pole dancing.
Just pole dancing.
Pole dancing.
Pole dancing.
Great user
That's
comment
the
here.
I wish we had.
Hey, we could.
Everything tonight is pole dancing.
How are the votes? Like everything tonight is pole dancing.
Let's just run it back to back.
How are the votes looking so far? Everything as expected. Red voting red, blue voting blue, or have any of the non-swing states swung? I love that question. Have any of the non-swing states swung? Closest last time I checked would probably be Virginia. Making a swing to red was the last I saw on the map. I don't know if there's any other surprises. We've had this conversation on the show before about, do you put a jersey into Trump's column? Obviously, that didn't happen.
Virginia is slightly leaning blue right now by about 1%.
Virginia's slightly leaning blue. What about Minnesota?
Minnesota, let's find out.
Yeah, because that was another one Trump had said. The Trump campaign's like, we're going to make a play for Minnesota. Felt like a stretch to me, but...
Did we already do this comment?
Minnesota is polling.
That's what he's talking about.
It is.
Yeah, hold on one sec.
Plus 14 in favor of Donald Trump, but with only 5%
Plus 14.
reported.
Only 5% reported. Huge breaking news. CNN just calling the Texas Senate race
Ted Cruz won.
for Ted Cruz in the state of Texas, defeating Congressman Colin Allred. This would be another cycle in a row if that does hold. Well,
6
CNN's
more
making the
years.
projection here. 6 more years of Ted Cruz. And as a lot of people have been inclined to say, it's not even like a partisan statement.
Colin Raphael.
I think objectively I can say, and this is not with any hint of bias, I cannot think of another person in Congress who's more widely disliked by his own peers than Ted Cruz. Republicans don't like Ted Cruz. Democrats certainly don't like Ted Cruz. Apparently the voters of Texas like Ted Cruz just fine. That's new. You can take that one. I haven't opened it yet.
No, I wanted Gansey.
No.
Oh, you can throw this one back in the fridge. I'm still nursing. Still nursing my PBR over here. That's how I roll. Missouri, Josh Hawley. So that's interesting because that Missouri Senate race. So obviously, we talk Senate elections every 6 years. 2018 is when Josh Hawley, former Attorney General of Missouri, ran against Claire McCaskill, defeated McCaskill.
Oops.
And then here he is again running for re-election. But Josh Hawley's been one of the more visible members of the Senate the last
He was
few
super
years.
visible in 2021 when he was seen on video running away from the
He was.
January 6th.
He did run away from the
protesters.
January 6th protesters. Yes, he did. He ran through the hallways. God, I hope.
Do we want to just cycle through those swing states?
Let's cycle through all the swing
We
states.
got Arizona here.
What do we got from Arizona? We're going to revisit the swing states here, give you an update on the map. What does that say? Electoral map 270, 207, right? Okay, so CNN's count gives Donald Trump 207 to Vice President Harris's 91. And as a reminder, because I covered this in a hit earlier today, what are the candidates doing on election day? Election night tonight, Donald Trump is down at the Palm Beach Convention Center. We expect Senator Vance to join him there. And then earlier in the day, Vice President Harris was doing local radio interviews in each of the 7 key swing states. And she was holding her event at her alma mater's campus in Howard University down in Washington, D.C. I did just see a short time ago, God, the postmortems are going to be written about this dynamic. President Biden is not going to the Harris campaign party at Howard University tonight. The amount of ink that's going to be spilled, the 10,000-word think pieces in The Atlantic about Biden's perceived lack of support for the Harris campaign is going to be a huge story come like Thursday morning. I think Thursday for the next week, it's like, oh, this tension between, if the vice president loses this election, the tension between the president and the vice president. Oh, you kicked Joe out and you installed Harris, and there was all this tension behind the scenes, and then Biden made the garbage gaffe, and then this. Oh man, that's going to be a huge story for the next week, I suspect.
Yeah, but he's how old? And we're giving him crap for not attending a nighttime party.
That's fair. Fair. He is not a man of youth, for sure. He is a man of experience. That's one way to say it. There's no doubt about it. I do understand that, and it is late. It's 11 o'clock at this point.
Georgia is a big red lean right now.
We showed that, Dan.
Yeah.
Let's see. Which of these?
Just got it.
Which ones you got?
There you go. I got the.
Oh, awesome. Thank you for that. All right, taking a look at the great state of Georgia and its 16 electoral votes. What is that, 90% of the votes in?
Yep.
What is that margin? Is that 100,000? No. What? I can't see the numbers. 142,000. God, it's still pretty slim.
That's with 88% of Fulton County, where Atlanta is reporting. Augusta is 80%. Savannah, which mostly blue, they only have 34%, but they're not super populated. So
nope.
It looks like Georgia might go red.
Looks like Georgia might go red. God.
Now, Cobb County has 87%.
What was that? What was that? What was that? Did you hit a vape pen, or was that shock? At which? At what?
Georgia going red?
Hey, Georgia went to Biden last in 2020.
It did.
Did it really?
Yeah. Very important state.
I stand corrected.
Yeah, most of the Atlanta
When did Georgia become
metro
a state?
area, they are going blue with about 80 to 90% reporting right now in the surrounding counties. And Trump still has a lead with 90% of votes counted.
Oh man, that's just wild. Well, all right, let's take a look at these. All right, we got ballots counted here. Oh yeah, this northwest portion of Georgia, always doing numbers. Always doing numbers out. Also, it shows you just where people are. That's also the old thing for 2016 we used to say. Not we used to say, but people used to say after Trump, it's like land doesn't vote. Right, so you look at like the disparity in terms of the overall counties, why so many of them can go GOP, but obviously it's powers in the hands of the people, not random assortments of land. Although this, look at this this shot here from CNN from the Harris campaign rally. This is I mean, they look enthused. They're pretty fired up there on Howard's campus for the vice president.
Hillary's camp was pretty enthused around this.
Which one?
8 years ago.
Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes. We've got, God, what another narrow margin. Well, listen, right now I'm sitting here at 11 o'clock for all the consternation about pollsters and polling. Looks pretty damn accurate to me because poll after poll said this was a 50-50 split. And, we also had that whole controversy we've talked about on the show. Watch these dudes in the big Trump hats. This waiting by recall vote phenomenon that a lot of pollsters had across the way that they were trying to poll this year, trying to over-index for Trump support. They admit they got it wrong in previous cycles. So a lot of Harris supporters have said, no, it's, you're giving Trump way too much credit, far too much power in the way these polls are. Well, I mean, right now we're sitting there 6 minutes to 11 o'clock, and it kind of looks like, for now the polls are right. But of course, we're still waiting on a handful of key states. And right now, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, the most important states, still all too early to call.
North Carolina.
North Carolina up right now. Is that 80% of the votes counted?
86.
86% of the votes counted. Very narrow lead. That is, yeah, about 130,000, if I could see the return monitor correctly there.
Correct.
And for the blue counties, they are
Yep.
for by and large they are mostly reporting at this point.
Most reporting.
Yeah.
11 o'clock.
85% in Raleigh.
I mean, at this state,
78 in Guilford.
at this rate,
95
I got to
in Charlotte.
imagine 95% reported in Charlotte.
Yep.
I mean, I really got to imagine this race gets called. I feel like if this momentum continues, I feel like the decision desk are going to be calling this in the next 90 minutes for Trump. That's just my sense. What time is it right now? 11? Yeah, by 12:30 would be my guess. But listen, we don't know what happens with these last few states. If all these states, plus some of these states also automatically trigger a recount if they're within a close margin. But it's a state-by-state different rule. So it's not always a percentage point differential. Sometimes it's a total vote differential. Like I think in Michigan, if it's within like 2,000 or 5,000 votes. In some states, if it's within 0.5% differential or 0.2%, that automatically leads to a recount. Not a runoff, but a recount, which obviously could delay things right now.
So looking at 270 to win right now.
Yeah, let's do it.
If I just game this out and do Georgia and North Carolina going to Trump,
We love it.
that puts him within, assuming all the other states fall in line, which what we've been seeing, that puts him within 8 electoral votes of 270.
Puts him within, if you give him what states?
Georgia and North Carolina, which we just checked out.
Yeah. If you give him Georgia, if you give Trump Georgia and North Carolina, he's how many votes shy?
He's at 262, but no, that's not
If
counting.
you give him Georgia, North Carolina, then Kamala needs Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and Virginia, which hasn't been called yet. And then that could.
Yeah, I just want to say, because this
Of
map
course.
isn't totally accurate. These are states if they go as expected.
If they go as expected as of right now.
This is just going into this election, like these are the red states and the blue states and the toss-up states.
Yep.
Georgia and North Carolina as toss-up states. If they were to go red, which is what we were just looking at, North Carolina as an example.
Right. All right, so we're taking a look here at North Carolina. 16 electoral votes. Very close here for Donald Trump. The latest AP readings give former President Donald Trump 210 electoral votes. Vice President Harris 113. Again, AP is calling some states that the other decision desks have not. They've given Utah into Trump's category, into Trump's, yeah, Oklahoma, Texas, Louisiana, Florida. This is more or less the map. Okay, what are we looking at here? Okay, Virginia. This is current 270 to win. Has this number up here with Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Is that, do I interpret that as Virginia too close to call?
Let's look at Virginia.
Virginia is leaning blue right now.
Virginia is leaning blue, according to AP.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's just wild.
The major counties that go blue are between 70 and 80% for the most part.
Yep.
Reporting. A couple of them are 100% or close to it.
Yep.
Can't call it yet, but Virginia is possibly blue.
Virginia possibly blue. Too early to call right now. Obviously, we're still waiting for the big call on the Big 7. But otherwise, there's no surprises. So, I mean, actually, I can't really say that maybe this is that much of a surprise because nothing's been called yet that wasn't supposed to go into a certain column,
No
right?
upsets.
No upsets, right? That's what I was looking for. So it's not like Virginia has gone for Harris,
It's like the NBA playoffs.
or sorry, Virginia's gone for Trump. Right? It's like the NBA playoffs.
No upsets.
New Jersey, obviously, in Harris's campaign or in Harris's corner here. All right, so to recap here, we got AP 210 for Trump, 113 for Vice President Harris. Let me see where CNN's got things right now. CNN's got 91 for Harris and 207 for Trump. NBC News Desk right now is 210 for Trump and 91 for Vice President Harris. A little bit of a different call state by state, but of course, at least in terms of the Associated Press, that we're waiting still on the Big 7, and a handful of others include Washington, Oregon, Idaho, obviously California. That's going to be 54 votes in Harris's column. We still haven't heard from the states like Alaska and Hawaii as well, of course, and then Virginia. Entire West Coast. We need a call in Virginia. We need a call in North Carolina. We need a call in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We need a call in Minnesota. What do you see in Minnesota right now? I see Minnesota AP, 9% of votes counted. It's early, but it's a sizable lead for Donald Trump.
It's a sizable lead, but Minneapolis, for example, I mean, the 0% of votes counted out of Hennepin County.
In what county? Shout out everyone. I just joined the show here on TikTok. I went live on TikTok also. We're live on everything that we can right now. Comment threads. We're live right now on X, Rumble, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, Hogwarts Owl Post, and then here on TikTok. So let us know what you're thinking. Sound off in the contracts. God, my brain is fried at this hour.
Contracts?
Sound off in the that's where God. I just you know what?
You said you were gonna pull it all nighter.
I did promise I was gonna pull an all nighter at this point.
Only has 11% of votes counted.
God.
It does have Donald Trump ahead by about 80,000 votes.
It does.
But it's 11%.
This is a great comment.
Almost
God.
none of Minneapolis and its surrounding counties have been reported.
None have voted. This is a great comment here, by the way. I'm going to share this with everyone watching here on TikTok. The comment we got from a viewer says, "Why isn't voting mandatory? We all have to pay taxes, but we have an option to vote." I don't know how I feel about like forced voting, mandatory voting. I feel like it should be. I feel like it should be up to you. It's just the type of thing of like I want people to want to vote. I don't want to force people to vote. I don't think like forced patriotism. I think forced patriotism is like authoritarianism. It's not patriotism in general. I just don't know how I feel about forced voting. I do wish more people voted. And for perspective, it's like I don't get why people are cool with 60% of people choosing the leaders for everyone else. But I think the high watermark we've had in modern presidential elections was the 2020 election, when we had about 2/3 of eligible voters actually voted and just determined the presidency for everyone else. In 2016, it was only 60%. That's it. And like the rest of the 40% of eligible voters just stay home and they're like, I'll let everyone else choose who I want to lead me. You determine my taxes. You determine what I can and can't do. You determine the tone and tenor of the country, and I'm just going to sit it out at home. All right. You're also taking a look at poly market. What do the poly market odds have right now?
92.3 for Trump.
92.3 for Trump. Well, it's no New York Times needle, but I guess the needle has been. There was also a strike in the New York Times newsroom, so I don't think there is the election needle. But that was like the doomsday scenario for Clinton voters in 2016. Was looking at the New York Times needle after midnight and realizing, oh, Trump's actually going to win this thing.
Look at this shit.
So there is no needle. Who are we looking at now? Poly market?
Yeah. I think that's just crazy. That's since 7 p.m. he's gone from 59% to 92.3.
Since 7 p.m. he's gone from 52% to 92.3 over on poly market. Probably comparable odds over at Kalshi. Again, these are event contract platforms. We have no idea the accuracy of them. We followed the story. Donald Trump right now on Kalshi. If you are a bettor, if you're engaged in the event contracts, you're trying to figure out this new space, Kalshi right now gives Donald Trump 90% odds. Vice President Harris only at 10% right now. We're taking a look, and of course, we're hitting refresh all the time. New York Times right now gives Harris 179 to Trump's 214. So a little bit of a different gauge here. Can we put up this tab? This is the New York Times read. And the New York Times has already called, looks like Washington. They've called California for Harris. They've given Harris a handful of these other ones. And of course, we're still waiting for the big battlegrounds. We're waiting for states like Maine as well. But that's what gives the New York Times confidence to give the 54 electoral votes to Vice President Harris's camp at 179 to 214. That makes it look a lot closer. But there is a New York Times needle. Here it is, chance of winning, likely Trump, 88% chance of victory, according to the New York Times needle. And the Electoral College estimate for Trump, where does that put him? Right about 300? Yeah, 300. 300 to 238 right now. That's the estimate. A lot of votes still left to be carried here. It says Trump is very likely to take Georgia and North Carolina, according to the New York Times. To win, the vice president will likely need to sweep Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, but Trump currently has an advantage in all three. Goes back to Minnesota, what?
As well.
Before what?
Kamala would need Minnesota as well.
Oh, would need to win that.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, there you go. So this gets back to the question we had asked earlier, which is who's more nervous right now? Is it Trump supporters that are more nervous and Republicans around the country, or is it Democrats that are more nervous? I think obviously we know the answer. Okay, so New York Times gives a 214 to 279 advantage Trump. Let me hit refresh on a few of these other ones. NBC News 214 to 145. So California has just been called by the decision desks. I'm going to pull this one up here for our viewers watching on Rumble and Twitch. 214 for Trump to 145 for Harris right now. So a lot of states left to be called. CNN desk gives a 211 Trump to 145 for Harris. Let me take a look. Yeah, jump over there to Taylor's.
This is the watch party for Harris.
Let's take a look. This is, I gotta see who tweeted this. Staff writer for Daily Newspaper. Really interesting. Okay, this is from a writer. This was just sent to me by someone. Looks like Vice President Harris will not win the south end of Dearborn, an area 90% plus Muslim that Biden won with 88% of the vote 4 years ago. That gets to our point earlier about what degree. And there was a really great Code Switch podcast episode all about this. They visited voters in Dearborn, a lot of single issue voters, very frustrated with Biden's handling of the crisis in the Middle East and how that might reflect itself in terms of Harris supporters, whether voters who had supported Democrats previously were still going to back the vice president's campaign and her candidacy, or whether a lot of them were just going to stay home, which inherently, presumably, works for Trump's favor. But regardless, that's like really fascinating stuff.
Look at these faces.
Only 1% of votes in Wayne County where Dearborn is being reported right now by the AP.
Only 1% vote. So right now up here on the screen, we've got to look at the Harris campaign. This is a Harris campaign event at Howard?
Appears so, yeah.
Yeah, appears to be. So this is, oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. You get a sense. We've seen that look on election night before as people are piled up because at these watch parties, and again, former President Trump tonight is at the Palm Beach Convention Center. Vice President Harris is doing an event on the campus of her alma mater, Howard University, down in Washington, D.C., as you can see here. And really at these watch parties, all they have, they basically put CNN or MSNBC or whatever it is, hey, Dan the Man, Japan Dan, and they put up, they're watching the same information that we're watching, right? They're watching the decision desk come around, but man, look at the silence that seems to be overfilling the crowd at Howard University. This is very reminiscent of Jacob Javits Center and the crowd for Secretary Clinton in 2019. Around this time of night, when you start to see some of these breaks are not going your candidate's way, that does not look like a very enthusiastic crowd to me. I just got to state the obvious of Democratic Harris supporters that are out there. All right, we're bringing you the latest election results. We are refreshing through the Associated Press, the New York Times, CNN, and NBC News decision desks, mostly with a focus on the Associated Press. Man, this is definitely not what you want to see if you're a Harris supporter. And it's been amazing because to follow not just on social media, but to see all over the place just how positive Harris supporters were, many of them, that the election was going to break in their favor, and then just how positive Trump supporters were as well. They're like, no, this is our election to lose. There's no doubt the math is in our favor. And I feel like we've been living in two completely split, bizarro worlds where half the people say one thing, half the people say something else entirely different. And right now it seems as if the Trump faithful were correct, at least in terms of how the numbers are going. But again, we're still waiting for Nevada, waiting for Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Georgia. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. All right, I said Commonwealth. Take a shot. God, what else are we going to do? Well, you know what? I think, what was that thing called? We used to do like a power hour where you did like little shots of beer.
Yeah.
It's power hour time. I mean, it just has to be. Like, what else are we doing here? Like, I can't do actual, shots.
Power hour show sometime. Maybe on hydration.
That was apple juice, I swear. All right. I'm going to log off the TikTok live and go back and give my focus to the good people over on Rumble, Twitch, and all of our other platforms. Please join us there. I want to give you all a good behind the scenes.
Thanks for watching.
And hey, thanks for watching, folks. All right. Well, fingers crossed. We'll see what happens. And good talk. See you out there. And now, well, there we go. And we're back.
That watch party is quite disappointing.
That does not look like a much of a celebratory environment. I just gotta state the obvious out there. If you're a Harris supporter, yeah, definitely.
You want to go through some more of these swing states here?
There's nothing I would rather do than to go through swing state polls. What do we got? What we got right now?
Look at Georgia again.
Yeah, let's do it.
88% counted.
88% counted for Georgia. Obviously, that's a narrow, pretty slight lead there for former President Trump. 16 electoral votes. What is that margin? It's like 100,000 and change. 140 maybe.
Yeah, 140.
140.
42.
Oh man, please send off in the comments. By the way, you got a lot of great comments that are rolling through on different platforms. I was noticing on YouTube.
Most of the Atlanta and its suburbs reporting.
Man,
Well over 80%.
North Carolina.
yeah, yeah.
Transition.
No.
Did you miss? Did you miss? No.
No.
I'm going to pull up Wisconsin next.
We'll take a look here at the Badger State. Oh boy,
Could be another.
there could be another one. Wow. Yep. You know, I had said there's no electoral outcome that would surprise me if I were to walk into work tomorrow and it's like Trump has 310 plus. I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. If Harris could have 310 plus, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. I had no real read on how this was going to go. The only on the record prediction I made, so our friend Justin Robert Young, who we've had on our show, I did his podcast, Politics, a couple weeks ago. And he's like, I got to hold your feet to the fire. Give me a prediction. What's going to happen? How's this going to play out? And I was like, all right. And I felt pressure because you're like, what am I going to do here? Like, what am I gonna say? So my sense was I said we're just swapping. So Trump will take the presidency, Republicans will take the Senate, Democrats will take the House. That was my prediction off of an underlying assumption that Vice President Harris maybe wins the popular vote, but loses the Electoral College, or at least plays it close in the popular vote, which still works to Democrats' favor in the House. Looks like I'm right on 2 of the 3. But this is looking like, I mean, if this is a clean sweep for Trump and the Republicans, which it very well might be, what do you think the market reaction to that would be?
Very positive, actually.
I heard bad from one corner of the room, and I heard very positive from the other corner of the room.
I mean, rich people are going to be stoked for a minute, and then
For sure.
classes, they're going to get the tariffs. They're going to learn all about tariffs. and
Oh yeah, we
actually
love
do.
tariffs. We love tariffs.
That's it for Wisconsin. Milwaukee County is only 53% reporting right now. If that trend continues, then Kamala could make up about 50,000 votes there.
Mm.
She is about 55,000 votes shot right
In Wisconsin.
now. In Wisconsin specifically.
That's a pretty narrow margin. 55 votes, 55,000 votes only down right now.
And that's just projecting that things continue the same way in Milwaukee County right now, with 53% of votes counted there. It is 162,000 for Kamala, 175,000 for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's getting 2/3 of the vote there.
Yeah. So man,
That's gonna be
really
thin
really
either
interesting.
way.
I
We could
think
see some recounts one way or another.
Yeah, for sure. No, I'm sure we would. I'm now just stuck on this this question of the markets. If I don't know if we get an announcement, I think markets probably are off in Terran tomorrow. Short term. I think it's just like knee-jerk reaction to, tax cuts type of thing, and then followed by some quick profit taking for a couple days. I feel like, right? So.
That's fair.
Yeah, I would. My guess would be a big spike in the stock market tomorrow if this is a Trump sweep, and then we start to pare back some of those gains into like Thursday, Friday. But I don't know.
Arizona could very well tilt to Harris.
Arizona could tilt Harris. Arizona could tilt. God,
And half the
Oh,
votes.
wouldn't you?
It is neck and neck in Arizona right
3,000
now. With only 54% of Maricopa County reporting right now, it is leaning towards Kamala by 2 points
Oh, yeah?
right now.
Arizona.
Arizona.
God, imagine if Vice President Harris loses this election, but for whatever reason she manages to win Arizona. Like she wins the one of the 7 states that no one really gave her a shot in, but she loses all
And
the others.
literally might be Carrie Lake to blame for that loss.
Jerry likes getting her butt kicked.
Okay, but now what's the other deal with the Robinson dude in North Carolina? That's the worst candidate for a job I've ever seen. And that's not the Mark Robinson in North Carolina? And I'm really interested to what degree that might tear
Is he
down.
the black belt too? What? Is he? I don't know. I'm asking genuinely.
Perhaps one self-described with,
Yeah.
with some context, maybe.
Okay.
Yes.
We would
But-
not say that.
I would never say that.
I believe he said that.
Oh, JD, what's your say something nice for both sides? What's my say something nice for both sides? Well, I don't think it's doom and gloom no matter the outcome. Obvious bias of like, I'm a straight white dude, so like life in general is easier for me versus historically disenfranchised groups. I'm just gonna be very honest and call it what it is. So it's easy for me to sit there and be like, oh, everything's gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. Like everything's gonna be great no matter who wins. If Trump wins, you're fine. But no, I think if what's an advantage? All right, if you extend the Trump tax cuts, that perhaps means some additional take-home pay for a lot of Americans, the way it did when those kicked in February 2018. If Trump wins, he says he can go about bringing about an end to the various crises, geopolitical issues around the world. I don't know to what degree that's true, but perhaps we'll see. If he's president, we all certainly hope that he's going to be able to do that. That would certainly be a good thing. A Harris say something nice. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't have. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, my sincere hope would be that you wouldn't have a candidate who like clung onto a wild conspiracy theory that led to blood being spilled in the U.S. Capitol. That would be like the good thing, the say something nice thing. But regardless of what happens, it's like, I don't know. To me, it's, I don't know that I quite remember an election where both candidates frame this as like the ultimate threat to democracy is on the line with this one vote. Like everything's going to come to an end if our side doesn't win. Like this was truly framed as an existential election. And for all I know, the presidential elections of like the 1830s did the same thing with like pamphlets, back in the day. I don't know if that was the case, but it just seems like we hit such an ugly fever pitch in the rhetoric ahead of this election, with both sides absolutely terrified of what would happen if the other side wins. We are so scared of the other side. And that's really tough. That's a tough pill to kind of swallow. I love politics, but man, it really, I really also strongly dislike politics a lot of time. What are we doing now?
It's time for a shot.
I think it's time for a shot, I'm told.
It's time to give JD a little bit of a break, because he's been going hard for over 3 hours.
Oh, I took a big break. I'm chilling. Taylor was in the desk for a long time.
Oh, we also don't have too much to report.
Yeah, no, that's accurate. All right, well, folks, to the Republic, to voting. Anyone? What do you got? Come on, everyone pop in here.
I like that.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Fuck, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the right answer.
Drinking
That's the
democracy.
right answer.
Cheers.
He goes,
voting.
fuck, I don't know.
Today,
To
I
voting.
got shit for this being only my second election that I've voted for. I am 37.
Nothing wrong with that. You voted.
Welcome to
I did, and that
Great.
was my point. I made it, and I am
Good for you.
here.
Yeah,
And
Way to go.
you voted.
the question is, how do we get younger people to care and actually vote? I didn't care or vote.
Oh, they're calling order.
If you can
Until
type that question in, I'll put it up next
Oh,
to the page.
okay. Yeah.
That's funny.
Wait, what did
Callers are waiting.
They called Oregon for Kamala, which is not a surprise.
Let's be clear. Let's be very clear. Not a single swing state has been called for Trump.
No, but Trump did just get Iowa. Trump got Iowa.
Did he really?
AP just recorded. We got up on the full screen right now. Donald Trump just given Iowa 79% of the votes counted, 55.4%
Seltzer
for
got
former president. Now remember, the big thing here was this legendary and Seltzer poll came out just a couple days ago, and it's like, oh my goodness, even if Trump was shown with a margin of +3 would be an upset. Instead, it showed Harris +3, giving liberal Twitter hours and hours of exuberance before people really went to the polls here for election day.
That is with all the blue counties in Iowa reporting at minimum 89%. Des Moines, which is in Polk County, 99% of votes counted. That was their best chance.
Yep.
Kamala's best chance in Iowa.
Georgia looks like a foregone conclusion as well.
Georgia looks like a foregone conclusion as well, says Taylor. What? 90% of the votes counted. Right now, Donald Trump has a lead, according to the Associated Press, of about 136,000. But we're getting down there to crunch territory. Crunch territory? Is that a phrase? Crunch time? No, I like crunch territory.
Some people say time, I say territory.
Yeah.
I would say
Crunch
now,
territory.
Crunch territory is what Captain Crunch calls everything he's seen already.
That's his territory.
It's territory.
This is crunch territory. Wait. You're like Jack Sparrow when he comes up onto the thing on the boat and the boat's sinking and he walks off of it. That's Captain Crunch. He goes, this is crunch territory now, people. Let's go.
Flag.
God, but you have heard of me. Yeah, exactly.
It looks like Kamala's only path to victory is sweeping Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania if everything holds true as it is right now. She also needs New Mexico as well, which hasn't been called, but it's leans blue.
Yep.
And that will still be 270 to 268, which is going to be.
You're right. 270 to 268 was a big potential outcome in simulations. I kept seeing
That's
a 2-vote margin.
That's what I saw the entire time as well. Personally, just what I.
That's if Harris wins those 3 states.
If Harris wins Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, she gets 270 exactly, I believe.
To Trump's 268.
Trump gets 268.
Yo, the comments I had today, I put this up in my Instagram story. I was just playing around. I didn't really mean it. I was like, all right, my final electoral map prediction, and I made up one that said 269 to 269. The number of comments I got from people like, are you serious? You think it's gonna be a tie? I was like, do you know? Have you ever met me? I don't take things seriously. I'm the most non-serious person who does a serious job you'll ever meet. It's like, no, I don't think it's gonna be tied.
No, I say that assuming that Arizona goes red, which we don't know for a fact that it will yet.
We don't. True.
If Arizona goes blue, and so do Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and Minnesota, which usually does, then Kamala has a comfortable win, 281 to 257.
Arizona, 3,000 votes separating.
3,000 votes separating the 2 candidates in the great state of Arizona. AP's update as of 11:21 p.m. Former President Donald Trump, 230 electoral votes. Vice President Kamala Harris, 179. Donald Trump, 40 electoral votes away. Going back to the Oval Office. We are waiting for key swing states. Oh boy. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Still waiting in on Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada right now, and the AP is still gray. They don't even give it one side or another. Similar story for CNN. CNN still got Michigan leaning blue, and then Wisconsin and Pennsylvania leaning red. I gotta be honest. I think
more about Wisconsin though.
I just feel like this is gonna be called early. You know what's a desk I want to check?
I agree.
The
Wisconsin
Fox News decision desk.
Wisconsin still has, Milwaukee specifically, still has 46% of the votes to be counted.
Mm-hmm. Bum 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 bum. Yep.
And that's basically it. That's where it all.
Fox News right now gives us at 216 Trump, 193 Harris. So comparable numbers, but of course still waiting for states like Minnesota, New Mexico, Nevada, and of course the other big ones as well.
What do you think's behind this great performance for Trump?
You want me to be honest?
Yeah, like why?
The United States of America is not prepared to elect a woman of color president of the United States. I'm just gonna be sure. I'm just being honest. We're just not. Obviously, I think there's a million reasons to vote for either of these candidates and many reasons to vote against them. But at our core as a nation, we're not there. We're not there. And I think what happens is, we forget. One of my favorite trends on TikTok, and I'm reminded, is like when Europeans come to visit the U.S. and they're like. And they do their things like, oh, people always criticize Americans for not traveling, but like, have you ever been across the U.S.? It's 50 countries. This is like a huge thing. It's like we in Europe, like we live in Germany, we go to France, we go to here. Like it's easy for us to jump countries, but in the U.S., people spend their entire lives in the U.S. and never leave, because I think our country is just like this is such an enormous country. We're 350 million people. We're one of the largest countries in the world. And the average, I think the heart and souls of the average person in this country is not nearly as like, I don't want to say progressive, but like as sort of like socially advanced or willing to make considerations as those of us who work in the press or who live in big cities are. And like, okay, so you accuse people who are journalists or who work in newsrooms of being left of center. But yeah, it's like we live in big cities. So like we're going to have more cosmopolitan views and be more accepting of people who don't look like us and be willing to cede power to people who don't look like us. But that's not the average American. Doesn't live in New York City and doesn't give a fuck. And I just think, honestly, that's what it is. I don't think it's more complicated than that.
Europeans will visit and be like, oh, I want to do New York, and then I want to go to California and Disneyland, and I want to see what Texas is about. I have 5 days to do it.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, great. I mean, and then even when you're in Texas, you're just like, cool, I'll go to this part of Texas and then that part of Texas, and they're entirely different.
you can drive 12 hours through Texas and still be in Texas.
And listen, this is not, like, I don't mean to cast aspersions on Americans who may have genuinely other, like, sincere issues. I have no doubt immigration played a role in this. I have no doubt that the last 3 years of inflationary pressures, like, we all feel it. People are paying way too much money for rent, way too much money for food, way too much money for gas prices, and we're still doing it. And we've all felt that pressure. I think it was really easy to litigate the case against Bidenomics. Even if you ask people how they felt about the economy, people were really sour on it. I think all these things worked against her favor. All that can be true at the same time that I just don't think Americans are prepared to be led by anything other than a strong white male.
Now, do you
Or
think,
a male, a person.
Of course, that's a macro perspective, and that's like
Yeah.
about our ingrained like cultural beliefs.
Sure.
I do wonder though, like if she had been a traditional candidate instead of somebody that was thrust in there a couple months ago, as like, hey, this is now our person.
Sure.
And I think there was I'm gonna pull it up here. There was a very interesting Google Trends of and you can just do this at home, but Google Trends search of when did Biden drop out?
Mm-hmm. Oh, that they like spiked again.
Yeah. When
Yeah.
did Biden
Late August.
drop out?
July.
And you can see if you go, let's go past 30 days. Look at this. When did Biden drop out?
Wrong tab.
Wrong tab. When did Biden drop out? Look at this chart. Look at this chart.
What does it say? Really, I've been
Interest
chewing
over
gum this
time,
whole time.
people Googling when did Biden drop out? Spiked in the last few days. Because I think while we're tuned in and we're like a part of this media landscape and we understand what's going on every day with politics,
Mhm.
there's a lot of people that actually don't give a shit and they just show up and they do vote. But
Oh,
they
yeah,
don't
of course.
Like actually tune in and they don't know. And they hear that Biden dropped out in a bar from a friend.
Right.
So I think that might be a bit telling here. That while it might be identity politics,
I'm standing in the middle of the room.
Yeah, just stand in front of the camera.
So that you're on that camera.
oh, so here.
Or on this camera.
Talking to JD.
I don't think it's it could be an identity thing. It could be cultural, but also just
Frame to that camera.
but also no. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, but it actually works. It's like a 2-box though. Actually,
I
it's
know,
not bad. It's
just
not
so
bad.
weird to
Yeah,
me.
I know. I got you.
It just
I got you.
doesn't make
Talk to
sense.
me. Talk to me.
No, I just
You want an
think
extra
it's
light?
I think it's very I think the Democratic Party failed Democrats.
Democratic
Dude, no, I
Party.
disagree so much. The Democratic Party did the best job that they have done since Obama ran in 2008. Like
As far as finding a new candidate.
yes, and actually pivoting
Right.
and like
231.
galvanizing people.
I agree with that. Hold on, what I think you need to understand what I say they did wrong is putting Biden out for the full duration of the election.
I agree with
Before
that.
replacing. So like the error being that, like, what I mean with this chart here is that there are a lot of people that didn't know much about Kamala Harris, and they would have probably voted for her had they had that name recognition and they known her better. But if they had actually realized that Biden wasn't going to be their candidate well before he went on the debate stage 3 months out from the election.
Sure.
I don't think that would have changed much, honestly. Like, I don't think that. I just don't see the 3.5 months being a big deal, because you think about someone like Hillary Clinton, who was she was in the zeitgeist for over 25, 30 years at that point, which means that she had 20 to 30 years of what you can call it propaganda, you can call it just like being a politician and pointing out their flaws as a politician. She thought she had it in the bag against this relatively unknown. Like, he wasn't unknown, but he was never a politician. He was just a businessman. He was a you're fired guy. You know, he was basically a celebrity at this point. I don't see how Kamala being in the spotlight for longer would have changed anything. I think, if anything, Kamala being in the spotlight for longer would have hurt her more. And, like, I think this was Kamala's best chance to win. If she had been a candidate for years up into this point, she has no chance. Like, even if she wins tonight, I don't think that she has a great chance in 2028. I think that people will find the flaws like they typically do. Same thing they did with Biden. You know, like, even though Biden's been a pretty decent president, as soon as he had one bad debate, it was over. Trump has spent over 12 years.
I wanted to give you guys the mic because I don't know if everyone can hear you guys.
Being
Go.
a wild person.
Okay.
Okay.
Here. Being a wild person, and like, the base loves it. Like, the Democratic base is just, this might sound insulting, but the Democratic base is more nuanced than the Republican base. The Republican base will see an R next to the name and they will vote for it 80% of the time. Democrats, they will find the tiniest little flaws in any of their candidates and they will vote against them for that reason, or they'll find a different reason or a different candidate who they think represents them more.
Voted, yes, fall in line versus fall in love.
Though there is something to be said also about, like, the Republican Party and how much it's changed.
Sure.
And how different it is. It didn't matter that you had all these traditional Republicans saying that Trump is like the next coming of Hitler. Like,
Yeah, that fucking backfired.
The average
Yeah, that shit
Republican
backfired real time.
didn't care.
No, half of Republicans don't care at all that he's compared to them. Half of them.
Well, they don't. They think it's ridiculous. They don't. It's not like they don't care. It's that they think that's off base.
Right.
But all right, let's get to some more shit. What do you got? You're looking at a snap.
Yeah, let's look at this map here.
216, 193. It's closer than we have over here.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, 270 win has it 230 Trump, 226 Kamala right now.
Well, that's pretty
All right, let's take a look here at. We'll start with AP again. If you're just tuning in here, it's 11:32 p.m. Associated Press right now gives former President Donald Trump 230 electoral votes. Vice President Harris 187. The Fox News decision desk gives Trump a 216 to 193 lead. NBC News currently has Trump at 214 to Harris's 172. And the folks over at CNN give Donald Trump 211 electoral votes at this hour versus 153 for Harris. I'm going to lead into a couple updates at this hour. In Michigan, this is from Harry Enton over at CNN. In Michigan, there are 7 counties with 95% plus of the vote in. Trump lost the state by less than 3 points 4 years ago. And in the counties with 95% plus in, Trump is tracking about 4 points better than he did 4 years ago. In other words, he's doing what he needs to do so far in the counties that are in, but we'll see more. Manu Raju, one of the greatest, if not the greatest congressional reporter in the game, says House Speaker Mike Johnson and House Majority Leader Steve Scalise are headed to Mar-a-Lago to be with Trump. House GOP whip Tom Emmer is already there in Florida. They want to celebrate a victory. Democrats, meanwhile, are hoping their fortunes turn around as more votes are counted. Dana Bash, a few minutes ago, just to reiterate, the blue wall was always Harris's best bet. That appears even more so now. They are still incredibly close. Yeah, are they ever? I keep going back to these shots of the crowd at Howard University. I mean, it's really something. God, yeah, there it is. Again, we've been saying it throughout the last hour. If you've seen any of the footage of the crowd at Howard University, of course, that's Vice President Harris's alma mater. It's where her event, I don't want to call it a victory celebration if it's not going to be a victory, but whatever it is, looks, and it's just giving me these flashbacks to 2016, watching the footage from Jacob Javits Center, then former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton's celebration that wasn't in New York that night. But again, we still got a lot more votes to count. AP still has a whole lot of these votes up for grabs. We're still waiting to hear the final totals in Nevada, in Arizona, in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota. We got to call them Minnesota? I don't think we do yet. No? And we're still waiting to hear out of Georgia. But what was the point in the last couple hours when it all started to turn for you? Was there an aha moment when you started to say, oh, got it, Trump's going to win, and he's probably going to win tonight?
I don't know. I think it's been happening in the last hour.
It's just the last hour?
Yeah.
You're not there? You're not there yet. Listen, I'm not mad at that take, and you don't have to be there. If you're, whether you're a Harris supporter or not, listen, you count the votes, you count the votes.
Said it before, if Harris takes Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, she wins. Theoretically. I mean, assuming no recount.
270, 268?
Exactly.
Yeah,
and that's the way I personally see it playing out. Arizona's still up in the air technically as well. Arizona is razor thin right now.
Yeah.
Trump is up 49.7 to 49.5 against Kamala with 50% of votes counted. 50% of votes counted. Maricopa County right now is reporting 54%, and Kamala is just barely up by about 2 points right now.
In Arizona.
Maricopa specifically.
In Maricopa County specifically.
In Arizona overall, she is down by 0.2.
I mean, listen, not to be like a lot of other people in political media who are like, oh, this ambiguous strategist just texted me, but I'm going to do that for a second. A longtime Republican strategist just texted me and said they expect Trump to be announced the winner tonight.
I would not be surprised.
Before we go to bed. Before we go to
bed.
bed.
I would not be surprised because Kamala needs a lot to go in her favor.
Yeah.
She needs that Midwest bloc that they thought that Walz would bring in to come through. And like we thought to begin with, Pennsylvania is the crux of everything. Like, if Pennsylvania goes red, Trump wins.
But Harris has to win all those votes.
What's that?
I mean, Harris has to win all those states, right? All three of those states to win.
She's got to win the entire Midwest and Pennsylvania.
She's got to win.
Or
You mean
Midwest swing states,
Minnesota also? You're counting.
I'm counting Minnesota. I think Minnesota goes blue. They have since 1984. I don't see that changing, especially with Tim Walz, who is the governor in Minnesota.
You know, but here's the thing. I mean, I can already imagine all the think pieces. I mean, we're gonna have the should the vice president have picked Shapiro? That's coming out first thing tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
We're gonna pick what happened to the Biden-Harris kind of strife under the surface. That's gonna be a ton of think pieces. There's gonna be all these mistakes of let's never rush in a candidate who's totally untested, who never got a single vote in the primary. Let's never do that again. This was a very anomalous election for a lot of reasons. I think Democrats had to roll the dice, and I get it. You had a candidate who stood there on the national debate stage, and I say this with tremendous respect. It's a deeply sensitive issue. We all watched the president struggle to form complete sentences at times. He had strong moments of the debate, and then he had other times where dude, I don't know what he's talking about. And that's a very uncomfortable position for everyone to be in. I don't see an alternative other than putting in your vice president. I get it. But the kicker is, I think Biden, up until that point, was running the Ruth Bader Ginsburg playbook of I could still do this. I could still do this. Let me at him. Let me at him. I got more fight in the dog. Trust me, I can do this. And he, should have identified far sooner that he was the transitional candidate, that he was only going to be there for one term the way he said he was going to be, and didn't have to wait until the debate to then say, okay, you know what? I did what I had to do. It's time to pass off the baton to someone else, whether that's Harris or anyone else.
Even watching CNN exit polling today, when the first exit polls came out around 6 p.m. Eastern, they focused on things like, how do you think Biden did as president? Blah, blah, blah.
Right.
And it was interesting to me because I was like, well, Biden is not the candidate, so why is this such an important question that they're harping on it right now? I
Right.
don't know if that's just like a mainstream media thing or not, but
It matters. It matters. She was the vice president.
it matters, yes, but Kamala has been
not
such
mad at
a
it.
silent vice president. Like, has anyone really thought about Kamala until she was announced as the
No, but
candidate
no
3.5
vice
months
president
ago?
ever gets talked about. Being vice president is the world's worst job. You get given the worst tasks that are absolutely impossible to solve, and it's not your job to be in the spotlight. Your job is to like help a ticket because you need someone there for the line of succession. And like, no one ever wants to be vice president. I think it was Daniel Webster from New Hampshire who was famously asked to be VP twice, and he said no both times, and both presidents who asked him died in office. And he was like, fuck, I could have been president twice. It could have happened. And it was never president.
What year was that?
Well, he was asked by, I think, William Henry Harrison and Zachary Taylor. So this is like 1820s, 1824, somewhere around there.
Nice guy.
He missed that.
I think that was for president. Yeah, it was before our time. He missed out for sure.
We got this watch party again if you want to reference.
All right, here's a look at the Vice President Kamala Harris watch party. You see it there on the other side of your screen. That way? Nope, there it is. On the campus of Howard University. That is, of course, the VP's alma mater. And as you can see on the looks of the faces of the people wearing the Harris Walls camo hats, not a lot of enthusiasm. Contrast that with the images of the various Trump events that we've been seeing throughout the night here. It's just amazing just to see like how sure. It's also an echo chamber thing, right? Which is why I spend so much time. No, I'm good. I'm cooking. Thanks, dude. I spend so much time with different forms of media. So like every time I opened up TikTok to me is inherently much more liberal. And so it was just like TikToker after TikToker being like, here's the 1,000 reasons Harris is guaranteed to win. And if you just saw that, you would be convinced that Harris was going to win this election. And then I open up Truth Social or mostly X or Twitter, and it's the exact opposite. It's people being like, here's 1,000 reasons why guaranteed Trump is going to win this election. And I came into today being like, I don't know who to listen to, but half the country is convinced there's going to be one outcome, and half the country is convinced there's going to be another.
North Carolina called for Trump.
Virginia.
Whoa, hold on. What? Sorry?
Drop that upper. We have North Carolina President Trump.
Called for by the AP?
AP and CNN.
All right. Breaking news right now. AP, CNN calling the state of North Carolina for Donald Trump. Didn't mean to interrupt, Chris. I apologize. I just caught Taylor dropping that one.
Taylor's is more relevant.
Dropping that one.
16 electoral votes there.
Here's the thing I wonder about Trump.
$150,000 $150,000 vote difference with 90% reporting
In North Carolina.
in North Carolina.
The thing with Trump is like Trump, we already know Trump preemptively came into the election. He was alleging fraud. He's like, oh, Pennsylvania, they're stealing this, they're stealing that, whatever. He makes shit up. I get it. But now what happens if he's going to win this election? Are we supposed to not pay any attention to the fact that he just said there was all this corruption going on in the vote tallies? Is Harris now supposed to come out tomorrow and be like, he stole the election from me? What would happen if Harris came out and ran back the Trump playbook and said, oh, I didn't lose this election, Trump stole it from me? What then would happen? I know she wouldn't. I know she would
The same
not.
thing that happened in 2020 where Biden's still president, or in this case,
Trump would be president, and Harris would have to leave the White House.
Yeah, the Democrats don't have teeth like that.
No, they don't,
They're
but
not gonna play that game.
The thing is, I don't think anyone except Donald Trump has teeth like that. That's
Yeah.
the problem. I don't think any other sane-brained Republican is ever going to make up
Well,
wild-ass
we've
conspiracy
talked about
theories like that.
2000 in Florida, theoretically.
Sure, but I don't think we've ever had a president who's been like objectively like,
That's their playbook.
I didn't lose the election.
From day one, that's their playbook.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
Even when he won the election in 2016, he was
course.
saying he could have won the popular vote.
Of
That
course.
kind of thing.
And there's a film by Billy Corbin, who's an outstanding documentarian.
Love it.
Miami.
You guys know? Yes. You guys
Oh,
ever see the
yeah,
movie
we know Billy Corbin.
538 votes? 538 votes?
Yeah,
he did a documentary on the on yeah. Well,
formerly.
wait. Okay, so maybe I'm getting the number wrong. Whatever the vote differential was in Florida, it's comparable to 538, but it was a little bit off.
Hanging Chad.
Yes, so he did a whole documentary on that election, and I think all the time about what someone in the film said. She said, if I'm going to steal an election, the first thing I do is say they are stealing the election. The very first thing you do is accuse the other side. And that was the Trump Republican playbook in 2020. Because
Do they call that projection?
oh, like projecting? Yeah. A different type of political projection. Yes, exactly. They are going to steal the election. So now what is Trump going to do? Let's say we call out tonight. We're like, great, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Commonwealth drink. The At this point, the fuck else are we going to do? All right. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania goes for Trump. Trump wins the election. Is he going to come out tomorrow and be like, okay, pay no attention to all the other bullshit I made up the last 10 days where I was trying to sow the seeds of doubt and make you all think the election wasn't fair? Pay no attention to that. You know, it really bothered me. I remember when Sean Spicer was press secretary, he used to say like, oh, when the stock market goes up, it's because of President Trump, but when it doesn't, it's not because of Trump. I'm like, come on, this is like the worst faith way to deal with our national politics I've ever seen. Cha-ching!
We've got the soundboard.
We got the soundboard?
He got that from a
Hold up the YouTube video.
Oh my god, perfect.
I think the Islanders killed their penalty kill.
Is that what that is? Is the sound for that?
That's when they kill the penalty. Yeah.
That's actually hard. That's hard. The Islanders do the Mario sound.
You got
Strikeout.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, so Virginia right now is reporting.
Dan, can you show my deal?
They're reporting 83%. Kamala is up 51, but she's
See ya.
up about 4 points right now by over 150,000 votes. With some blue holds still in the 70s and 80s. Some places like Prince William are 99% reporting, same with Loudon. Richmond is up to 72% reporting.
Look at Virginia.
Let's do it.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Let's look at.
Put it up.
Oh man.
Virginia looks like a slight Kamala lean.
Well, it's actually called for Kamala.
Oh, it's been called?
Yeah.
Which state?
At 11:42, so 4 minutes ago, Harris got Virginia.
Harris got Virginia.
So now we're
Well.
at 205 for Harris. And 205, I mean, that's a lot. With 54 coming from California yet, that puts you up to.
Trump needs 40 right now. 230, according to AP, 230 for Trump, so he needs 40. Where is he going to find those 40? He has Pennsylvania at the toss up right now. Georgia looks like it's going red. North Carolina's been called. Arizona, slight lean to the red. Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania is really what's going to come down to, like we all thought.
Oh boy.
Nevada, with its 6 votes, probably will not make a huge difference, but it could at the end, especially if Arizona goes a certain way. Arizona is currently 50% reporting, and Trump is up by half a point.
Can you pass me the computer charger? I threw somewhere back there. Oh, wait, that back.
I also have
in
the
the wall
charger
there?
if you need it.
This one?
Are you
Yeah,
in
see that back one behind it? Yeah, thank you. No, I'm all set. Thanks. Good brother. All right, so 11:47 p.m. Let's see where we stand for the Associated Press. Dare I ask?
Oh, Wisconsin is in a bad spot for Kamala. I'll say that.
70% of the votes in?
Yep.
70% in.
That is not a great margin right now.
But only 54% of Milwaukee County, which is a heavy Democratic stronghold,
Yeah.
reporting right now.
Yeah, no, there's a lot more. So say, what is that? Let's do the math real quick. Let's do the math real quick. So 2/3 of the votes are going to Harris in Milwaukee County, and 54 have reported. So double those numbers, you get another 160 votes pretty much for Harris, and you get another 80 for Trump. So yeah, so 80,000 lead you can imagine could get added by Harris, but does that catch her up? Yeah, that actually puts her at a tie.
That puts her just
Yeah.
underneath what she needs. Yeah, right about what she needs. So we could theoretically see a recount in Wisconsin,
Yeah, I'm not sure.
but places like Green Bay only have 35% reporting, and that looks like it's gonna go for Donald Trump. I don't know how many people live there exactly.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I mean, 205 now. Like, let's talk big picture. Like, 205 to 230. You got 54 coming from California. That puts her at 259. She needs 11 more electoral votes. That's it. From all these other states.
She just, like I said before, she needs Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and it's in the bag for her. If she loses,
Does she?
yeah, if she gets Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and the rest go how it's expected, Minnesota, I assume, will go blue. Then that gets her right at 270 and Trump at 268. Go to 270 to win.
AP site is like
Modeling this forever. But we still have a couple wild cards in Arizona and Nevada. I assume that those will both go red personally, which Arizona might not. We'll see.
TBD.
But if she loses Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, I think it is over for her.
Okay, so 554 they already counted. 270. AP's site is like down.
Oh, really? AP's working fine for me.
Nah, their big map is not working.
Oh, it's working fine.
Too much fun for the folks over at AP, huh?
I guess so.
I think they had a few too many shots tonight.
JD, how you feeling? You
I'm
want
gonna
to
call NC, Georgia,
going? You
and
wanna take
Nevada
5?
red.
Yeah, I just don't know how long we're gonna go for it because I just don't know what how long this is all gonna go on for.
I mean, it feels like we're
Well, we can. I mean,
Here
sort of
forever.
coming up on maybe a decision in the next 30. Is that, you think that's too early, or you think we're waiting until the morning?
I say we call it 12.
Fair with that. Heyo, welcome back. It is only 11:55 p.m. Plenty of time to pour up a chair, pour yourself a cup of coffee, maybe a glass of wine or 4 at this late hour of night as we sit on election night in America. We're all so delirious. It's so ridiculous. Donald Trump just declared the winner of Nebraska by CNN. According to the Associated Press, former President Donald Trump, 230 electoral votes. Vice President Kamala Harris sitting right now at 205. Of course, as has been the story, we are still awaiting for key battleground state calls to be decided by the major decision desk. That includes Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia. Wait, was North Carolina already called?
North Carolina was called.
I lied. North Carolina was already called for Donald Trump. Whoopsie daisy. We're waiting for Nevada. We're definitely waiting for Arizona, but at least one of the 7 has been called so far. The momentum on the Trump side, without a doubt, as we head down the stretch. We did get a handful of key other Senate races we've been following for you, like incumbent longtime Republican Senator Ted Cruz winning re-election there in his home state as well. This has been awesome, one and all. The show is not done. I just got to say that my portion of the show is likely done only because I have to be on air in like a few hours from now down the floor of the New York Stock Exchange and have like some degree of total wherewithal to do it. So I am now going to conclude. This wraps up my portion of election night in America. Thank you all so much for taking the time to tune in. Thank you, of course, to my good friend Suraj Hashmi of Rumble. And I'm going to pass things off into the more than capable hands of the great Taylor Craig. Dan and Chris here still hanging. The crowd goes wild. My man, what are you thinking? What are you thinking here?
Dude,
For your remaining time.
I mean, we might have it might be a wrap. It might be a wrap on the election and all of the craziness that's already ensued over the last,
That's for you, brother.
practically a year. So we're going to let JD get out of here, brother. Great job. Great job, man.
Talk to you later.
Yeah.
Call me tomorrow.
That's just fun for the archives,
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
We're just always gonna have that. I couldn't imagine a better place to watch the election with all you folks.
I agree. I'm gonna chop it up tomorrow. It'll be fun.
I love it.
Oh my God, somebody bought a bajillion solo cups over here. What kind of party were you expecting? All these solo cups over here.
Solo cups. Oh yeah, no, these are for you. All right. Stepping into the chair here. Out of the very capable hands of the JD Durkin. Thank you so much for guiding us through several hours of programming. I do not have a flag pin, but I am going to do my best.
Do you want the Bullish on America pin?
No, I'll get in trouble with my girlfriend if I do that after Trump wins.
This whole thing will break.
Thank you, though. All right. Well, we got a lot to talk about. I'm sharing my screen right now. You should see Polymarket, Chris. You do not. Let me see. It's a different feed. It's a different feed than
I see Polymarket.
Polymarket. You got me?
Give me a second.
So let's pull this up. We got a CNN projection on its way in, and in
Hold on.
55 seconds, the next polls are closing. So we're gonna see what comes out after that. But obviously there needs to be an absolute groundswell of these like densely populated urban areas that are pro-liberal policies and pro-democratic candidates. We'll see if they can pull off what would be a really surprise turnaround. But if you look at the betting markets and you see exactly the way they're pricing things in, they do not see a Harris return as a possibility, as a remote possibility even. 97% on Polymarket.
Unshare and reshare.
Unshare and reshare. So let's see. Stop share. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Reshare the Polymarket data. And if you get it up, great. No rush. But I'm going to share this with the audience though. We got 96.8% of Polymarket data. All the money is going to Trump as the odds are coming in. 97.2% Trump wins the presidential election. As I noted earlier, and as I want to bring up, there is an interesting disclaimer on this screen, and it also No problem, guys. Do you want me to share somewhere else? Like, it's no worries.
No, it's just showing you a second angle of you.
It's on your webcam for some reason.
Okay. Yeah.
Can you leave Video Ninja and come back?
Yes. Wait, hold on. Cancel. We're just gonna.
Rushing it. You were like all over.
That's all
We're
good.
literally looking at two different camera angles of Taylor. For some reason, your screen.
If I can spend 5 seconds and get it corrected, it's fine. It doesn't matter.
It was
like 3D somehow.
All right.
It wasn't
Alright.
me this time. Dan.
Sure. You guys are perfect.
It was a guy I had earlier.
Oh yeah. There's a
bug.
bug. All these ominous bugs that are out there. How do they happen? How do they happen?
There's Taylor's name.
So anyway,
got the
got the poly market data that's hopefully there, and you'll see it appear right beside me. There it is. Yeah, baby. Poly market data. We got 97.2% going for Trump. That is insane. This number was like 50-50. Let's back it up. Let's back it up to all time. I mean, you saw perfectly even. Remember when Harris was favored for that late August groundswell? Like, people were excited. People were saying, "Oh, Harris is going to pull this off." That's insane. How is that going to happen? That has not happened. That is not sustained. They were neck and neck all the way into October, and then this divergence occurred. And you can just follow the line here. And it is election night now, and it's 97.2%. Odds are that former President Trump will then be the 45th and 47th president, thanks to Rover Cleveland, I imagine. We're gonna look at some.
He established the standard.
Can we hold on? Can we reopen that app? The Max one. The CNN is off now.
Absolutely not. We lost.
Absolutely not. It should be on the desk here.
They knew we were relying on it.
The second JD gets out of the chair, everything fucking.
Is it right now? Dude, because Trump won, he already took the broadcast.
That's it.
Dude.
That's right. Doesn't work. Hey, goodbye to JD. Dude, appreciate you, man. Absolute legend.
Salute.
This guy finds a way into the most important rooms in the world. He is in the New York Stock Exchange. He is in the White House. He finds a way to get into the important rooms, and that's where he is. And I consider this to be an important room as well. So thank you for joining us. If you are still joining us, please bring in your questions. I want to hear what you have to say. If you have anything you want to ask, anything you want to comment, maybe you want to make fun of my bald head and the fact that I'm insecure so I have to wear a hat, whatever you want to say, bring it in, and I'd love to hear about it. I'd love to talk about it. But let's get some polling. The AP News results. I'm going to just share this tab in a moment. But there is just so much fascinating stuff going on here. I mean, how are we going to break out this map? Oh my God, like AP is like pretty much crashed.
Great job tonight, man.
AP for me is pretty much crashed.
Let's see, AP's still working for me. So I'm looking at Wisconsin right now, and Donald Trump is up by close to 4 points right now. He is up by over almost exactly 1 million votes in Wisconsin. This is with Milwaukee reporting at 58%. I don't see Milwaukee County making up 1 million votes.
It's a million vote lead. Hold on. It's a million vote lead.
It is
in Wisconsin.
1,324,000 to 1 million. Oh, it's 100,000. My bad.
Okay, got it.
It's late at
difference.
night and math is difficult, but
Understandable. Yeah, so that looks like it's a 2.5 point lead, a 3.5 point lead rather, in Wisconsin. Trump, if he could get after that. What were you saying about the counties within Wisconsin?
Milwaukee County is reporting 58% right now.
Okay.
176,000 votes for Kamala Harris to 84,627 for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
66% to 31.
And you can also look at all of these like rural counties, and they're all like pretty much fully reported.
Yeah, and extrapolating Milwaukee County still puts it razor thin, even if if we assume that the vote continues that way. You look at other Democratic counties, Eau Claire, 98% votes counted. That leaned Kamala.
Yeah, but
Ross as well. Leaned Kamala with 98% votes reporting. Dane County, where Madison, Wisconsin is, it is 91% reporting.
I'm telling you, man, it's here in this Milwaukee County. Like this is where it's important when you're only having 58% of the vote still in, and you got Harris that's getting more than 2/3 of the vote. This is really like the biggest chance that the Democrats could have. I mean, of them adding another 150,000 more votes.
Yeah.
But then Trump also adding another 70,000 votes. So that's a net difference of 80,000. So
which is not quite enough to make it up.
Not going to make up the
have to
difference.
hope that there are some mail-in ballots, some absentee ballots that have not been counted and won't be for a few more days. But right now, with Wisconsin, if these numbers are accurate, that's going to be really tough for Kamala to win.
Well,
And if she loses Wisconsin, in my opinion, she loses everything.
okay, well let's see. CNN has this Road to 270 tool that we can take a look at. Harris, they have Harris at 226. That can't be right. Because I see it on their website.
209 on AP.
On AP.
So where are those 17 votes coming from right now?
Probably Washington and then Maine, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, if you have any comments and you want to contribute at all to the show, we want to have your comments on the air. So submit them, whether you're on X, YouTube, Rumble, anywhere you're at. Listen, we're not a partisan network here. We're from Launch Live now. We are Common Threads. And we have a show every Thursday night that we dedicate to finding common threads between two politically completely juxtaposed people. And we want to see exactly where we can actually find alignment. We are in a place where the Republicans look like they're going to take the White House. And the divisive rhetoric that's occurred over the last 8 years, Trump being in office, Trump being out of office, and not to put all of that squarely on his shoulders, but there became a lowered bar for acceptability with how we speak to each other and how we convey messages to each other. So I think it's not too, you're not jumping too far ahead of it to say that with this election, Trump is going to further divide the country in communicating with each other. And so being able to still love each other and still have relationships with each other, even though there are disagreements, is foundational. Though yeah, a lot of the positions he takes and a lot of the positions that a lot of his Republican colleagues take even further would have you think that that there could be it could be a lot more problematic. So I'd be very curious to see a lot of reaction from people in the Harris-Walz campaign, the peaceful transition of power, if it were to be called in Trump's favor, how that would occur. But yeah, and it looks like Arizona is still neck and neck. It's not even.
Arizona's close. So what I was finding interesting, there wasn't a lot of it, but there was a little bit of split ticket voting this week. Specifically it looks like Arizona, Ruben Gallego won pretty easily against Kerry Lake for the Senate seat. And Arizona's still up in the air. It could go. There is no strong lean either way right now in Arizona.
Sharing this tab here. Look at this: 49.9%, 49.4%. What time are we at? 12:10. I'm not sure if any more are going to be closing. We're going to just see some votes tally in, but that is
50% voting. It's so close right now.
it's neck and neck.
And that so what I don't know if it's easy for you to get there from here, but Carrie Lake, it seems like she lost, at least according to Google,
Handily,
by
yeah.
like 7 points.
Yeah, yeah.
It wasn't close. And another race that was similar, North Carolina, Josh Stein won the gubernatorial race pretty like by is this right? 16 points. He crushed it, and North Carolina has been called for Trump, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. He was the incumbent, I believe.
Still,
Yeah.
Just a couple states that have split ticket voting that hasn't necessarily resulted in a blue wave that a lot of people thought, or a red wave that a lot of people thought. Have any swing states, the real swing states that matter in this election, been called yet? I don't think they have.
Right. Yep, still having difficulty with AP News. I think there's going to be there's like a lot of traffic to their site, and
Yeah, I just had my first issue as well.
Right.
I can try to share.
On the ground reporting issues with AP News.
Good solo with you.
Yeah, I lost the screen there. Yeah, but anyway, we are just watching all of the networks, AP, CNN, NBC, everything rolling in, and just sort of trying to get a better picture on exactly what's happening. Arizona is neck and neck with Trump right now. We're at 49.8% in favor of Trump, 49.3% for Harris. Unreal that split. Connecticut, it's going to go to Harris. A lot of other states that we're watching, Wisconsin, that upper quadrant, that upper part. I'd love to share this screen if you got a moment.
Is it the CNN map?
Yeah, the CNN map. I mean, those states are crucial. Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. If somehow there's a way that these states could swing left, even though we know they're leaning right, that'd be okay. Okay, I see what's going on. So California already called for Harris. Yeah, but that was something that I was wondering because AP hadn't taken that into account earlier. And so Arizona, say another 11 go to Harris, right? And you're looking at 237. Georgia, North Carolina's for Trump, so I don't think this counts this in this map, but 16 points are to Trump. He did win that. That would be 235 for Trump, and assuming somehow Harris can pick up Arizona, but also Georgia is probably going to go to the way of Trump. So 235 plus 16 is mental math, 251. 251 for Trump. And then at that point, Pennsylvania wins him the election. So if Trump can do Pennsylvania, North Carolina, he already has North Carolina, and Georgia. No, I didn't do that. I didn't do that right. Yeah, I did. I did.
Pennsylvania, it's Trump.
Yeah, you're right. I did. That's yeah. So Georgia, North Carolina is already called. Most things have already called North Carolina for Trump. Georgia, 16 electoral votes. That would likely go the way of Trump. It went to Biden in 2020. In 19 in Pennsylvania, absolutely crucial state. Somebody's got to get it. Arizona, let's take another peek at that. Pulling this up here. And look at that. You got a neck and neck situation going on. Pennsylvania, I'm curious about the results there. Let's see. After O, right?
I don't know the alphabet.
Yeah. Still working on that. Still working on the alphabet. If you have any comments, please drop them in. We'd love to talk about the election night results and all that we have to comb through. Let me get off this pure white screen here because that's so ugly. But that's what we're looking at. we're looking at a big red United States. Florida is Trump. North Carolina is Trump. Arizona, neck and neck.
Even Pennsylvania, it looks like it's leaning Trump right now. I'm having
Yeah.
trouble with AP as well, but it does appear that Trump is leading by nearly 3%, with 86% of votes counted. I'm sure most of the
Yep,
votes that
seeing
have
that
not
too.
been counted are in Philadelphia. But
Yep.
I don't see Kamala making up the difference.
But look at these. Look at the malfunctioning of the
Yeah,
site.
that's exactly what I'm getting as well.
It's wild. It's just completely just crashed. Associated Press really should make sure that things go a little smoother. Yeah, poly market odds. Taking another look at those. Trump is still chugging along at he's actually at 96.6% there. And yeah, 96.8. It seems like a Harris victory is extremely unlikely. We're broadcasting live from Brooklyn. We have a slim crew of folks that put together a show every Thursday night on Rumble, X, YouTube, and we want to bring people together from both sides of the political aisle. I understand that things are going to be tense and there's going to be a lot of disagreements with how this election went and how it could go, but it's certainly a time to not assume other people have these horrible opinions about you, and I think assumptions are really somewhere where we struggle, and we just assume political opinions without actually asking questions and without actually getting to know people. But understand a lot of people that are, especially in our neck of the woods in Brooklyn. I'm curious to see the reaction with people in Brooklyn and how people in liberal cities react to this sort of situation. But yeah, this appears to be a clear Trump win. That we, of course, cannot officially say, but 230, CNN is giving 230 electoral votes to President Trump, 182 electoral votes to Vice President Harris. There is, yeah, this has been a pretty intense night. I don't even, what is a
I think it's too early to call still somehow. Pennsylvania is so close, but I can't pull up the county map right now, but I got to imagine so much of the uncounted votes right now are from urban areas, because it seems like urban areas always take a little bit longer to count.
Yep, urban areas always take a while.
A 3% difference right now, but a 3% difference is under 100,000 votes, and there could easily be an additional 100,000 votes coming from Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, other liberal counties that can make up the slim margin. I don't think it's over, but it might be Jover. It might be Jover. Jover, yeah, we did it, Joe.
You got, thank you, sir. You got Pennsylvania. You got North Carolina, which has already been called for Trump. Oh, you got to give me one.
You got a pot.
Come on.
Here's
Thank you.
purple.
Thank you.
Wait, stand by.
Japanese candy.
Take a green too. I'll spare you. The only two left are yellow. Oh.
Fucker. Thank you, sir.
The only two others are left are
Sorry, microphone.
yellow and yellow.
I want to go back to this this watch party. I know it sounds a little evil, but this Kamala Harris watch party, I can't get over the visuals.
What they do.
It's just, I mean, it just really gets the moment, you know?
You have to look at one or the other. They always do. They always do. Well.
I expected it.
See, these ladies are dancing. They're having a good old time.
Get on your feet.
Just beautiful with the sound of a trash can jamming in. Yeah. Any comments? Any amazing comments that we can go to?
Oh, I don't know about that.
I'm gonna go home, I think.
Oh, we got.
Because it's late and I gotta take a midnight train down to Fulton Street.
That's not a song.
But it's a song you know that I've
How do you think this election may impact Canada? Either way. It's really fascinating.
Are you a Canadian citizen?
I'm actually not a. My dad's from Toronto, but I actually did not get my Canadian citizenship yet. But I can get that pretty much immediately. How long ago was this comment sent in?
About a minute ago.
Great. Okay, apparently media, to answer your question, how I think this may impact Canada either way, well, it's all going to come down to tariffs. And if we're assuming a Trump victory right now, he's going to be very aggressive on a lot of foreign countries, Japan, China, a lot of other ones. And Canada itself is going to get wrapped up in that because they have a lot of North America trade agreements. And cheers, buddy. Good seeing you, man. Welcome back. And, Dan just got back from Japan, and that's a really good example of a place that has felt really slighted, or the U.S. has, in relation to Japan and the trade relations. Like, for example, if you go over to Japan, you will not see a Ford. You will not see a GM. You will not see any of the American-made cars. But if you come over here, you get plenty of Toyotas. You get all these other things. Trump has proposed massive tariffs on these types of goods. A lot of things that people forget is that when Trump was in office, he put a lot of tariffs on a lot of Chinese goods, and that resulted in tariffs against soybeans and a lot of things that hurt farmers. So these farmers really were on hard times, and they actually put together a farm stimulus bill to help these people because it was so dire of a situation. They had lost a lot of money. So as it relates to Canada, I think they're going to be almost like a secondarily affected by a lot of these different policies that are going to be implemented. But yeah, it's certainly a part of it. Hey, Carly, thanks for joining. Appreciate it. We are dealing with quite the situation here. It seems like Trump is going to take thanks a lot, Carly. I appreciate that. Learned it from the best. It appears that Trump, I want to go back to this rally if we can, and just look at some of the faces of these Harris supporters at this rally, and they were ready for the speech at Howard University. But a lot of disappointment in the crowd. A lot of people just not getting what they expected out of this. So, yeah, you can just sort of just look at that scene. Would like to see the Trump Mar-a-Lago feed as a comparison here, but and I'll pull that up for you in a moment. But it's just it's wild to imagine how jarring this can be to somebody who's a lifelong Democrat, somebody who's like paid and they've shown up to the polls and they went door to door and they knocked, and then they get hit with this disappointment. My personal belief is that the Democratic Party could have done a better job as far as telling Joe Biden when it wasn't his turn and that it wasn't his election anymore, and waiting until the 11th hour. From that point on, from once Kamala Harris was announced as the candidate, they did an excellent job of galvanizing a base, as my colleague Chris has mentioned, galvanizing a lot of people and you see the excitement there on your screen. These are people that a lot of people have never cared about politics before, but I think that installation of this candidate was done at such a late period that you had people literally Googling, did Joe Biden drop out? Or when did Joe Biden drop out? Up until the last few days. You can see the chart on Google, it spikes. So it's wild. The as much as we like to think that we're tapped in to media and we're tapped into what the voters think, a lot of voters, when it came down to it, it appears that Harris just did not have the recognition and the time that most candidates are afforded to put together a lot of votes. But we're going to stay on top of this. We have Georgia, which has looking at 93% reporting, and Trump with a lead of more than 100,000 votes. So that might be a bit tough to come by, but there is still time for Harris to make up some ground there. Michigan, we have a lead for Trump. Minnesota, Harris will get Minnesota as expected, but there hasn't been a lot of upsets. There hasn't been a lot of,
Notably, none of the swing states that matter for Harris have been called.
Yeah, it is worth noting that none of the swing states have been called. While Trump is trending as doing a lot better than Harris in those states, they have not been called.
Yeah, right now, AP is not loading great, but Pennsylvania is leaning Trump right now, and if that happens, then Kamala is done for.
Yeah. If you didn't hear Chris, but if Pennsylvania goes, it looks like Trump will win the election. And in the betting markets are just very much pricing in a Trump victory, almost as a certainty. This is where you can actually bet with money on who you think is going to win the presidency, and you got 96.8% of the money on Trump, 3.4% on Harris. Now, even more fascinating, if you scroll up, there's this little bit of a disclaimer that says, hey, this resolves when the AP, Fox, and NBC call the election. But if you want to do a bet about who actually gets inaugurated, we have that market here as well. And we'll go over to that screen as it loads. And yeah, of course, 94% say Trump will be inaugurated. 3.7% say Harris will be inaugurated. They still think she has a chance. But if you scroll down, the other category, somebody other than Trump being inaugurated, other than Harris being inaugurated, 3%. 3% of people see that as a real possibility. That's not low. That's 3% is not low. That's whether
theoretically, if he gets sentenced in December, he's not a president right now. He can't make presidential acts, so SCOTUS can't rule in his favor. Probably he will delay the courts long enough to get inaugurated. But
appeal.
For expedited sentencing, and all of a sudden he's not eligible to be president anymore. Who knows what happens from there?
That's curious, but say something like that happens. Say he is somehow like not allowed to take office. What
by the 34 felonies, or
like by any means? Say it's the felonies. What's going to happen to all those people that voted for him? How do you think they're going to react to that?
Well,
not well.
The same way about 3 3/4 of a year ago, but currently there are Democrats in the White House, so I would imagine the response would be slightly different. The person controlling the insurrection wouldn't be in charge of the military.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I mean, I'm just talking about sheer people. I'm just talking about the number of people that voted for this guy. And if somehow he is unable to take office, those people don't just magically go away.
No, of course not.
They are.
No, and I would say that
they're going to feel robbed.
these numbers hold up, it shows that MAGA has not died, and this is
Yeah.
the new GOP.
Yeah.
There is no McCain. There is
Nope.
no Romney. Those candidates do not matter to
Yep.
the GOP anymore. It is you are hard right or you are not a part of us, and
Yep.
those centrist Republicans are going to lose their spot in the GOP, which long term, who knows if they break into their own party, if they slowly become centrist Democrats, neoliberals, or if they all just fall in line, because 90% of them already have.
Yeah, I mean I certainly agree with you. It's not Reagan's party anymore. It's the Republican Party is fundamentally changed, and it is entirely different. And anyone that's a older Republican who, you know, couldn't pull themselves together to vote for Kamala Harris probably voted with a lot of the MAGA people to install President Trump. But yeah, it is a completely different party, and a lot of those supporters would say it's for the better, and that there is a lot of business interests that were running the other parties, and that this is a totally liberating type of party. I want to listen to this. Thanks for doing your thing. What do you think close allies like Canada would think of a second Trump term, positive or negative? Very negative. I think Canadians really regard Trump at a very in a very low regard, and I know that's a generalization. Like there's conservative Canadians, there's very liberal Canadians, but I'd say the vast majority have a very low opinion of Trump. And it kind of goes back to also those trade negotiations that took place during his first 4 years. He was pretty combative with our allies and people like Canada, or countries like Canada, not people like Canada. But yeah, he was definitely not super cozy. He also had a lot of disagreements with Justin Trudeau, and they didn't see eye to eye on a lot of things. So yeah, I don't think Canadians would be super jazzed about that. And yeah, it's hard to blame them if they feel like they're not really getting the good end of the stick. I think the NAFTA agreement is something that Trudeau helped hammer out, and that's something that like going way back the Obama administration worked on, and then Trump came through and tore it up. So in a way that was like a bit of a slap in the face to Canadian politicians and the people that are still in power there. And I don't think they'll be receiving that very warmly, his re-election. You're golden. You're golden. Don't rush anything for me. So I'm just going to reload this electoral map that we got from CNN. Let's see. This is road to 270. And it's so funny that CNN online and CNN on TV are like two totally different reporting. Harris looks like she'll take Minnesota. New Hampshire. Harris has a strong lead on New Hampshire. It's 4 electoral votes. It's not going to really make a dent here. Yeah, everyone's saying Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. They're all way too early to call. If you have any comments, please drop them. I'm happy to respond to them and just give my opinion. I'm by no means an absolute political expert, but I've been in the news business for nearly a decade and have seen several elections play out, and happy to just share any of my perspective and hopefully enlighten a couple folks and make them feel a little bit better before they head to bed.
Fortunately, I think we're running out of comments.
Hey, that's perfectly okay. We got a CNN projection coming up, so we're gonna stand by for that and look for those projections. But yeah, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, all extremely important states that I wish I could motherfucking pull up. It's like,
I'm trying to pull them up too, but it's just not.
yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. How does AP have this system crash? AP does not have. That's crazy. Come on
The
now.
whole world is watching Merrick make the same mistake it did 8 years ago. So
All right, so one candidate, according to AP, there is a candidate that has a 50%, 50.8% lead, and another candidate has a 48.5% lead.
in Georgia,
In Georgia.
I think you can guess.
I think we can guess as well. CNN projects that Trump will win Georgia. Trump is going to take Georgia. That's according to CNN. 16 electoral votes in Trump's column. That is massive. And now Trump is up to 246. So we are really coming down to it here. 246. He's a stone's throw away from 270. If he gets Pennsylvania, that's 19. What does that put him at? 265? So 265, he gets.
If he gets Pennsylvania, it's over.
If he gets any, yeah, and then any other state, it's over.
Kamala needs to win Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and she gets 270 exactly, but it is not trending well for her in any of those states right now. With 86% reporting in Pennsylvania, Trump is ahead by 3 points. With 82% in Wisconsin, Trump is ahead by 4 points. In Michigan, Trump is ahead by 6 points with 55% reporting. So Kamala's only hope is that the urban centers in these cities are taking longer to report than the rest, but it does look like Trump is going to win this election.
Yeah, it appears that way.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it in about 5 or 10 minutes, Taylor.
I'm good.
Not the election, just the broadcast.
The broadcast.
Yeah,
No, I'm on the same page as you. I'll wrap it up here in a minute. Just want to see if any other news comes through here. But wow.
That's a bummer for me. I know Taylor probably.
Do you think I'm Republican?
No, I think you're.
I love that people are not sure.
Well, you describe yourself that way.
I do.
But I don't think that.
If I was a MAGA guy. Can you put me on solo for the pleasant goodbye here?
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for watching, for tuning in. I know that you probably checked in at various points. From our standpoint, it appears that President Trump will move on to win this election. And what that means for a lot of people is a lack of security. As far as abortion rights, rights over your own body and over your own person. He installed 3 Supreme Court justices that decided to overturn Roe v. Wade, even though when pressed about it, at the time, he said that they wouldn't, and he asked them about it, and they said they wouldn't, and then they did. We're at a time where lines are being drawn and redrawn. So I understand a lot of fear and a lot of, me as a straight white dude, I don't really have a lot to fear. Things will be fine for myself. But you hope that people rise to the occasion and that people do better and try to have a more humane side to them than what you've seen in the past. So It's my hope that if he does indeed go on to win the election, that we will see that better side. I only say that because I don't know if there's much value in lamenting on his worst characteristics at this point when the votes have already been tallied. But I do appreciate everyone watching. And every single Thursday night, we are live. And we are going to bring on a Republican. We're going to bring on a Democrat. We want to have a congressman from each side. And they're going to debate issues. And that's how we're going to figure out what we really disagree on. Because when we actually disagree, you know, we usually just code it in a lot of bullshit. You know, we say we disagree with something, and then we just throw an extra insult in there, and then we're arguing about the insult. And then we go back and forth, and we don't actually say what we mean. And we don't understand exactly why we hate this other person so much. And it's because we disagree here. And we don't ever talk about what we actually disagree on. We talk about the fluff and we talk about the BS. So if we can get down to actually talking about what really bothers us and where we actually part ways, I'd like to think that we could come together a little bit closer. But we're certainly at a turning point for this country. And we'll be here along for the ride. So thanks so much for watching. I'm Taylor Craig. I'm the executive producer of Common Threads. Our host, JD Durkin, did an excellent job tonight with this broadcast. And as well as our technical directors, Chris Eastman, Daniel Mesco, and our lovely audience members, Courtney and Lisa. Thank you so much for watching.